Good morning, everybody. How's everyone doing today? Look at me on time. Bullish as fuck, horrible. You should be bullish as fuck, I think. Congrats on your vindication. What? Reddit loves me now? I don't believe that. Reddit loves options. Kirk has been vindicated. Oh, because of that video that guy came out with yesterday? Or that like got posted yesterday? You mentioned a potential last ditch drive down to 110, given the puts chain. If so, how does that change your price predictions for next week and the rest of January? Many thanks, Pickle Man. That doesn't really change my forward looking price predictions, although I don't really have any Nesquik. I see what you're doing. I don't like it. So I'm trying to get price predictions out of me for these runs because I have no idea what the upside is. We don't know. The biggest issue is like while we can sort of get an estimate of FTDs, and we can sort of get an estimate of ETF FTDs. We don't have any way of telling how many FTDs are going to spill over from the futures contracts. And, you know, with just the and ETF FTDs, my expectations are pretty low. Maybe a $50 price increase followed by more price increases. But, with those futures FTDs that come in on the 10th, it's really hard to say. Yalia updated the Delta spike chart. Cool. He said basically the same things as Petterfee and your DD. Awesome. Well, I'm glad that's all it took. How confident do you feel about an ouchie down day week time span? I think we'll be lucky if we see these prices for much longer. Historically, we don't stay at these kind of lows for a very long period of time. Usually the turnaround is quick and violent. How is BBBY running on bad earnings? More share buyback? Don't forget, BBBY was going to buy back like half their market cap. Dropped to 11. Now it's ripping. Interesting. Weren't they going to execute that this quarter? But I have no money to buy, then hold. Are we going to see VUP? Say VUP. Violent upside potential. This pushing down of the price, how costly do you think it is for the short hedge funds? Well, it's the cost of the puts, which generally go up, right? Because they buy them out of the money and then they drive the price down into them. But it's also the cost of the borrow. And really, where they lose money is the fact that the stock becomes more illiquid here at the bottom because people buy. And then people buy calls, which means they lose more money on the upside. So I would say, if they could net it off slightly below, if they could keep the run from going above where they started this at 150, then they've probably profited. But if it goes past 150 into 160, I think they're going to start to look a little negative on their books. And if it keeps running, even more so. President Darth Dan, Cardinal of Pickles and VWAP. Here's some money to order some food and coffee this morning so you don't get hangry like yesterday. I wasn't hangry. I'm just nipping the fucking FUD in the bud when people are like, oh, the price is down. How sad. Just buy more. Now you know what actual 4 a.m. messages to all are like. I will shit down and shut up now. P.S. When Stefan. We'll see. We'll see about Stefan. I was thinking maybe Fickle. I already knew it was going to happen. Like, we saw the puts piling in, we saw the shorts happening. Like, we knew the price was going down, and I knew everyone was getting all sad. Like, why am I holding this stupid stock? And it did, right? Like, all kinds of people came in here that never hang out in the stream, spreading their insecurities all over the place. It was disgusting. I transferred my last 1K of liquidity from selling vestigial organs to TDA, ready to buy my last fab. Also, my skin is oozing. Is that bad? You'll be okay. Hacksaw hype. Thanks, dude. Hoping to buy more contracts today. We'll see. If I buy anything else now, it's going to be shorter term, probably. Honestly, the options aren't priced all that much differently. Our max pay's still at 148, even though we're trading at 130, 250. I have a brilliant idea for an infinite money glitch. Hear me out. Just short all of retail. It's foolproof. Love, Melvin. No, President Darth Dan. No wink wink, nudge nudge. Not a mod. I mean, if you want to give up the Dans, we could talk. I'm so glad I got sick today. I can spend my whole 10 days with you, but I feel like I have COVID. Well, don't die. And awesome. Feb 25 opened, worth it? I mean, it's fine, but why not just get April's? Like, why would you look at weeklies? The OI on them and liquidity is not going to be very good. There's a lot of BS happening on other streams. Rocky Outcrop and Trade Spotting. Supposedly some bad actors from this channel. Those dudes seem miffed. Probably people I've banned. Tell them to fucking ban them. If they're just like nasty shills, just ban them. Like if they're not adding anything to the conversation, right? Yeah, the IV spike at the very bottom yesterday. put a lot of like of the options that were bought around like 135 in the money. Icky icky shebang whoop bong knee. Ah, a shrubbery connoisseur. That's on BBBY writing in the PM. That's interesting. XRT, it's an XRT. XRT begins its threshold process today, so I expect we can see some volatility, right? With SS finally starting to accept options, I hold you personally responsible. Thanks, Pickle Man, for all you do. You might actually be a catalyst now. We'll see. Thanks, Unimog. You selling puts today? Probably won't get assigned. I'm thinking about it. Yeah. But I want to see how hard they short it. They borrowed 250,000 shares this morning. Our pre-market volume's solid. So we'll see. Is the market turning around a little bit? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. It is not. Um, Jesus. XRT's doing weird shit in the pre-market too. Ooh, what's DDS doing? Hmm. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. I'll think about it. Usually if I sell CSPs, I do it on Mondays. But with all those puts down at 120 and 115, maybe I won't. Or like it's not really worth it, right? Do you think they're going to be outrageously tense late Jan around here, or do you think once we're above 200, it'll be super celebratory? We'll see. If they buy now to cover FTD from 1124, don't they save money on arbitrage between 250 and 130? Even on 10 mil a week in puts per week, that's only $60 million. For 1 million shorts, that's a profit. Well, you don't know how many shorts they're borrowing or how much creation they're using to slam the price down. There's definitely more cost to it than just that. Also, the problem with like selling off those put walls is then you put upward pressure on the stock, right? I thought GME options were like 15,000. How much are they actually? I never bothered learning them because I have that never had that kind of money. Feb 18s near the money are mm, like around 1500 or so. 15, 17. 150s are 1200. Does all this heavy shorting reduce the price potential that it can go up to, or does it make it even more volatile? Increases the ceiling for this month. I think it creates more illiquidity because retail FOMOs a little bit when they drop the price this low, right? Like you get a lot more retail buying, you get a lot more retail options purchases. It puts them in like a bit of a sticky situation on the upside. That's the kind of open I like to see. Dear God. Ding ding. Felt like March there for a second. Twitter says Jimmy Corporate has 100 million allocated for share buyback. Thoughts? Cool. Which Twitter? Just you can't say Twitter says. Like who's saying that on Twitter? Looks like people are seeing the light of options now. Have you already discussed the video on SS? I didn't discuss it, but I know about it. Vorname, notch name, hype. Thanks, Vorname. Appreciate it, man. Don't don't necessarily get faked out by the breakout. Like Ivy is gonna spike because of this, so if you were thinking about moving into options, wait for it to calm down. Because you'll pay, a couple hundred more during this nonsense. Morning, guys. Thick spread bull trap. Whoops, just bought a February. Buying calls compounded with direct registration. If options start spiking, there's going to be a smaller pool of shares to hedge with. Exactly. And also a smaller pool for exercises as well. What's your position on options? I read on SS that they might cost MOASS. Just wondering why you haven't thought of that. I don't know, courtesy lick. AMD spike too. Cool. The spread on DDS options is absurd. Or just the actual stock has a $4 spread. Oh, healthy. Jesus Christ. All right. SS today on options are good because a Wall Street person said so. I know it's kind of ironic. Guy writing daily DD for 9 months. Chill. Random Wall Street guy. Options are great. What are you gonna do? Why did I just YOLO into one DTEs? Because dumb. Just admit that you work for BlackRock and you're instantly credible. Don't work for BlackRock in that in any sense. I'm more bullish that Bob's DD got to the front of Wall Street bets before being deleted. I agree. There's this DD on SS that talks about options. Can you elaborate on what those are? I can't tell if you're being sarcastic. I want to let you know that if the FBI comes knocking, that may have been me. I've been stealing people's organs to buy more 510 weeklies, and then said you inspired me to do it. Sorry, you prick. If you guys could drop a like, it's nice. Why is there so much hype about January? I still haven't understood. Did you read my DD? Monolithsa? Bid ask equals hot dog in a hallway. You sounded too smart in your options, DD, and that made people uncomfortable. Did I? I feel like I really, really super dumbed down the Book of MOASS as much as I could. That was that's why it took me so long to write it. I wanted to make it as easily understandable and accessible for everybody. Is Gmail on SSR now? It is. It is, in fact, short sale restricted today. Chad Kruger for MOASS. Interesting. Oh man, this is sorry if I'm really behind on chat. Did you see Yo-Yo's update? I haven't yet. Um, when you post about FTDs, I'll check it out though. Can you post the likely FTD covering for the day from the DD that you linked days ago with your daily DD? I and probably others would definitely benefit from your insight. Um, I'll have Bob give it to me and I'll post it if he's got a screenshot of like his FTD estimates. Remember that day when you couldn't stop smiling because DFE stopped by the stream? I do. I still don't know if that was actually DFE, but I like to think it was. John Parker, welcome to Long Johnson. Thank you so much. Baba needs to calm down. Is it ripping? Did I did I stop out of my Baba? I don't have my brokerage is open. I don't think I did. Oh, I did. God damn it. Oh well. Yeah, if you guys have any questions, they're probably answered in the stream clips. You can kind of browse through those. It's one of the playlists And there should be a lot of answers in there for most of the basic questions about the theory, how it works, what's going on with the stock, recipes for Brussels sprouts. Any interest in making... Oh, I totally lost my place. Son of a bitch. Mm, 200 options. Flip 180. Uh, Sorry, 1 second. Mike buys leaps. Thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Did you really try to get President Darthdan to announce the dance for a mod position? This is blasphemy. Lady VWAP will not be pleased by this. I mean, Carl did. Stop using your fancy words and reason thinking you'll win SS's heart. Copy Honey Boo Booisms. Say you done goofed. Throw pasta on the wall to gauge doneness. That kind of thing. SS will love you.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
The other day you posted a clip called January Cycle Potential Scenario 1. Did you do other scenarios? No. How long should you wait from open to buy options? How long does it take IV to drop? I mean, it started dropping off right around here when it started to consolidate. Chud McGruff Cakes. That was the Dillionaires song. Why do you use Chinese Robin Hood? I like it. To be fair, a lot of people on RSS know options are the way, but there's a very vocal number of DRS cultists who shout them down. I mean, they work hand in hand. It's stupid to try to pit one against the other. Do you think we could go to like 115? Is this even possible? I hope so. What do you think the plan is to this borrowed shares? Counteract buy pressure due to lowered price, or actually try to drive it lower? Try to drive it lower. There's more puts below us, 130, 120, 115. I don't know how many there are at 125. There might be a bit of a gap. Oh, there are no 125s. So it's just 130, 120, 115, 110 is where the volume starts to really dive off. But there's some at 100 too. Ironically, closer to the money than any of the Feb calls I just bought. Feb 18, 200C, a worthwhile buy. I just bought some. Couple. BBBY is coming down fast. How's Call OI looking? Let's take a look. We're 15 minutes in. We should have a couple minutes of options flow. Let's see. Jan 14, 155s spiked. Feb 18, 130s up this morning. March 18th, 150s. Feb 18, 160s up. March 18th, 140s up. Jan 7th, 140s up. Those all look to be bought. But another 620 January 135 puts for this Friday. Some Jan 21 120 puts also coming in. And 110s for this Friday as well. So it looks like they're going to continue to try to push the price down today. Yeah, most of the puts are for this Friday. Don't forget that they have like a big batch of FTDs due Monday. So I'm sure they'll try to push it down as much as they feasibly can into Monday. I do not expect a lot of upside this week, even though we have XRT getting thresholded today. That doesn't necessarily mean we're going to start going up. It'll mean more volatility, shit like opening this morning, but not necessarily up. You could do either one, Stefan, or Steven. Well, yesterday we had the Fed announce the intention to raise rates. So that had an effect on the overall market, right? Like, and so, when that kind of stuff happens, it's in the short hedge fund's best interest to amplify the effect of that on GameStop or TDS or BBBY or any of the ETF basket stocks. XRT is just doing nothing. I don't know, George. A lot of people dislike options because premiums go right to the MM. Is this FUD? Yes. You first of all, you have no idea who the fucking counterparty to your option is. It could be Virtu, it could be JPM, it could be Wolverine, it could be Citadel, it could be other private investors. There's actually no way to know who's writing the contract you're buying. Yeah, there may be Dank Jankus. People claiming that MMs can create synthetic shares in order to deliver 100 shares from someone exercising an option they wrote. Is this true or false, and why? It's false. Exercising of an options contract is not protected by market maker liquidity provisions. Bona fide MM. Which means that if they want synthetic shares to satisfy an exercise, the only place to get them is from an ETF. Oh, I'm writing things and they're not showing up. I'm aware. Threshold for XRT SSR for GME. How does simply buying puts drive the price down so much? It's not just buying puts, it's shorting. So they buy puts out of the money, right? So here, like this morning, they spike the price, they load up on out of the money puts, then they short into those puts. Once those puts start to go in the money, the delta value on those puts goes up. So the like negative 0.1 to negative 0.3 and so on. And as that occurs, they get synthetic shorting from the market maker while they're covering, and it stabilizes the price action to the upside. You smiling or face palming now that SS is littered with options posts and comments? It's cool. It'd be nice if there was a large financial institution that hated Citadel as much as retail does, like Virtu. I'm sure Virtu's not a big fan of Citadel. 80% of the float held on just Apex. I mean, Apex is huge, so I wouldn't be surprised, but I have no idea. They failed to reduce their exposure several times in the past 12 months. They're going to fail again, but what's the spark needed for them to lose control this time? Ideally, I think it's the illiquidity of the stock combined with large open interest in options beyond their exposure dates. That's on Cat 205 puts. Risky. Clip this about contract shares exercise. Oh, okay. Mm. Learning TA and trying out if Jamie's 1 minute trend. Is that the elevator to hell, descending ramp, or falling down a Bolivian mineshaft wedge? This is a sustained heavy shorting with increased volume. As they get those out of the money puts into the money, we're going to see volume from the MM pick up. How low can we fall? The fabled 100? It's possible. I was gonna say, Pi-Fi seemed all too happy this morning. I'm fine. So SSR is a lie. They're not shorting GameStop traditionally. Like they're not going and borrowing shares. Like this is not ideal for them, right? This raises the borrow rate. And signals longs that they're in a bad position. So what they do instead is they borrow some shares, but minimal, not just enough not to spike the borrow rate. Ideally, they did spike it in December. They got a little desperate, but not a lot, right? They only spiked it up to like 1.1%. Instead, what they do is they go to ETFs. They create shares. And then they sell them. And then they use puts to magnify the effect of that. Or amplify. How did they create shares from an ETF through the creation redemption process? Are they going to change shorts disclosure rule? We'll see. Is it a mindfuck for you to be down hundreds of thousands right now? Or are you able to reframe it in your mind because of what you know is coming? Oh, I mean, I don't give a shit as long as I'm up overall. Doesn't, I mean, it sucks, but you get used to it, I guess. ECF share creation puts to drive down the price, clear market manipulation. I mean, no, it's perfectly legal and allowed. Best way to counter anyone coming in buying options that isn't too aware of what's going on: spike the price early, get some call FOMO, tank the price, retail runs away scared. Don't forget load up on out of the money puts while you spike the price. We could. I don't think 100, but maybe like 115-ish. Yeah, I would say that more people are down than up. Does this not create a ton of FTDs, right? It does. But they will continue to create FTDs until they have to cover large amounts of FTDs. This is why options are so advantageous, because they're like an FTD printer. So if you buy options, especially ones that are further out than T plus 9 plus 35 days. Cardinal, oh God. This is too much to read all at once. Hold on. I'd have a cup of coffee and step outside. Negative 9 degree weather to get my head right. I'll no longer be known as President Darth Dan. Cardinals of Pickles of VWAP. I am now President Darth Mod, definitely not a Dan. If you so choose, I will accept your offer. But have you formally renounced the Dans? Never to be one again. I'm worried now. I'm enjoying this dip too much. I'm heading towards a spiral of going to Wall Street bets and losing my GME gains, so I feel accepted and don't get my account banned. Please help and enjoy a nice coffee. Okay, so if you're buying options that are more than T plus 9 plus 35 days out, they have to hedge twice if they hedge synthetically, right? So the first hedge creates FTDs. When this first hedge fails, they have to hedge again. Even if they don't hedge fully, this still creates FTDs, right? Then as the option, then as the price goes up and those options get driven into the money and the delta value goes up, they have to hedge more, creating more FTDs. And so the more options owned, the more FTD exposure they have. Today is the last day for Feb 18 calls to meet that T plus 9 plus T35. Let me double check. It's the wrong time scale. Is that today? Yes. This is 9. Today's options purchased today to meet that requirement would have to be further out than Feb 23rd. But since most of the Febs that people have bought were bought long before now, that requirement was already met. So yeah, theoretically, if you wanted to get them to double hedge, you would have to buy, as of today, you would have to buy Feb 24s or later. Be quiet, Philadelphia Dan. I formally renounce the Dans. Oh my god. This is a ruse. See you later, Cockroach Rancher. Good God, this is really pre-MOASS, isn't it? It's fun. If we didn't have such shit volume, I would say that this was actually like a real short ladder attack. All right. Great time for GameStop to buy back that 100 million shares or $100 million worth of shares. Okay, where is this? Where's the proof that GameStop's doing a share buyback without announcing it or filing any type of paperwork with the SEC? I have a question. What happens if the 1, 21, 22 options, specifically put options, are more in the money than call options? Can they execute those puts to drive the price even lower? Yes, if the puts aren't being hedged appropriately as well. This isn't SPY SLD, right? Was the Fed statement a ruse to? Oh, Jesus Christ! No, too much. Too much bullshit in that whole sentence. How do some major institutions not buy in now? They have to know about the upcoming cycle. Still presents a lot of risk. They don't need to. It's very simple. They do not need to buy GameStop at this price. They can buy it higher. They can move in whenever they want. They have shitloads of money. Do you think this might be a gap fill from 225? No. I wish. Yes, a share buyback has to be disclosed in advance. Feb 25th seems to be cut off on WeBull. It appears that it is. It's also weekly, so more and more strikes will open up every day. This isn't like a monthly contract. So I'm not surprised. And I think it just opened. So it's going to open within like an average range of the current trading price. Last saw this price on the 25th of March. Did we even go this low? Yeah. That was yep. Oh wait, hold on. No, that was 136. Yeah. Last last time we were this low was the 25th of March. Yeah. Bullish reversal at 121. So one more day of this? Possibly, yeah. Do you have an updated SPY crash chart? Let's see, where's the SPY trading in relation? So the SPY is in a correction currently. Hold on, I need to delete a bunch of shit. There we go. So SPY broke into the corrective zone there. Drop below 159 would signal, well, let's say 160 or 460, sorry. Four 470. 469.50. That's fine. It's got a little ways to go. 462 would be the next really important resistance to the downside that I would be looking for. A drop below 450 is very unlikely. But a drop below 450 would be significant. What about the Dorito of Doom? It's not like a real thing. If I drop below 160, it would make me middle class. Are there any gaps below 100? None that matter. Harmonic convergence DD thoughts. What mean for the future? I didn't see it. Carl muted me thinking that I was a filthy Philly, Dan. I renounce my Danship and accept your offer. This is no ruse. I will no longer associate myself with the Dans in any way, except only to chug with Danrod. But that's because he is the master chugger. Interesting. Or do you think they can tank it before the cycle run up? I think their goal is about 115. What about Matt Kors going to Rumble? What the fuck is Rumble? Rumble's the new grinder? I thought Matt Kors was more into like bananas and ducks. I'm going to miss listening to your lovely voice while working post MOASS. Thanks for all you do. Why would you be working post MOASS, Seb? I don't know how I feel about somebody so willing to give up their life of dandom in order to become a moderator. I didn't see the harmonic DD yet. Will your yacht have space behind the dumpster for the Dans? All you need to do is feed them Wendy's spicy nuggets, and they'll be fine. I think they prefer bull mayo flavored Frosties. Just transferred 1K from my account, so all you can thank me is a whale to start this rocket. Thanks for saying wait on options this AM. I picked up 2 Jan 21 175s for less than I planned on. Let's fucking go. Dope, dude. It's a trap. That's what I'm thinking, Carl. It sounds like a trap. Like Darth Dan's just pretending to not be a Dan, and the other Dans have agreed. Because I noticed the other Dans aren't as riled up as they should be, given that one of their elder Dans is attempting to jump ship. Now I'm suspicious of the whole thing. How are you feeling about your Feb XRT? Fine. Have you commented on the harmonic DD from yesterday? I have not. How many times are you going to ask me that? What's your favorite call for the pores? Buy and hold. Expiring never. Oh yeah, now you guys are like, oh, this is Dan Fudd, blah blah blah. Twice? It's too many times. What's the heck do you have? What the heck do you have on Earth to make him leave us? Is this revenge for me not renewing Dillionaire? Are you blackmailing him? I understand and appreciate your concern. FYI, I am not an Elder Dan. Oh, okay. I honestly believe I can better use my skills and abilities in the position of mod to assist you than I could as a bull mayo chugging Dan behind a dumpster. However, I will accept your judgment. You'll accept the judgment of chat, Darth Dan, not mine. I don't own a harmonica. Hmm. What's my favorite call for not the pores? Anything after Feb 18 that is relatively near or at the money. Was it profitable for them to get the price lower so they can buy shares to Delta hedge Fed calls? Yes. Beneficial. I wouldn't say profitable. Is there? It's the first good DD I've seen since summer, in my honest opinion. Well, fuck you. Death Dan, not for mod. Oh boy. Why can't you see the current price? Mod at present, Death Dan. Show compassion. His hands are deformed from years of milking. It's time for him to rest. Interesting. You can change your name and renounce the dens, but all those vile acts behind the dumpster will never leave you. I'd like to retract my vote since such evidence has come to light. Back to the dumpster you go, President. Is it possible these drops are being done alongside the put walls to generate liquidity so they can cover FTDs and into a narrower spread? Yes. Also, if you live by the Dans, then you shall die by the Dans. Good to know. Thank you, Dan of the Jungle. What happens to a Dan that's rejected from the hive mind? I don't know. I don't know how they function without it. I'm still good with Feb 18s. Read the hit piece. They had a screenshot of Dan's discussing losing money on November options and concluded it with, "It really makes you think." Maybe if they'd done that before they wrote the DD, then it wouldn't be an issue. Yeah, I've seen it. It's fucking stupid. I can't believe the bot mods left it up. I know, I'm just fucking with you, Patrol Biscuit. I'll read it when I get a chance, but I'm not going to read it right now, man. Gherk is indeed #1 super chat YouTuber. You be mad, of course. How do you look this up? Is this a competition that I don't know about? Dear fucking God. I need to get into Korean politics or Japanese VTubing. Wow, I'm clearly fucking doing this wrong. XRT making me a sad Dan. I have to launch myself out of the Dan cannon at these price levels. You'll be fine. I'm looking at this super chat rankings, and I clearly need to change what this channel is about. Jesus fucking God. These people are making $3 million a month on YouTube. Konnichiwa. Do the thing. Let's go. We're gonna turn this into an anime VTube. That's it. Now get in the bathtub. DRS all tentacles. Can someone build me like some anime themed trading software? Start selling bathwater. Just put some anime girls in the corners. Well, we have Thickle. That's what Thickle's for. Let me get some. How bullish are you giving today's price action? I'm bullish as fuck. I'm excited. I think we're gonna go and do some big ups relatively soon. Are they incentivized to hold their puts through expiry tomorrow or sell them off? Wouldn't the D head shoot the price up if it's the only thing holding it down? Making zero DTEs dangerous. Yeah. They can hold them all the way into close. They did it last week. Probably exercising them a bit. Would you say you're full bull? Yeah. It's just better when stocks go up. Like, sure, you can make money playing the bear side, but ups are just more fun. Death Dan is our partially undressed mascot. I'm aware. Why would they assign puts? Assignment goes to the seller. Where are they getting their shares from? Those can be made through synthetic through bona fide market making because it's a sale. Talk about what happened with AMC now that we know certain players are long on it and what they might do with it as part of this action. Pump and drop. So if it's a hedge against GameStop's variance, like if they're using XR or AMC to like divide retail interest and hedge the variance So short GameStop volatility, long AMC volatility, due to their drastically different Vega values. Um, I would imagine if GameStop ran and AMC ran simultaneously, that as soon as AMC's chain was cut off, they would sell out and rug pull. So I think 145 is the max strike on AMC. This is almost a confirmed bounce. Quick, what can I sell to make money for more options? That Wacom tablet you bought me. Other Dan's. Betrayer Jan, Chancellor of Lies and Deception, if the chat votes no. Darth Dan must change his title to Betrayer Dan, Chancellor of Lies and Deception. Can you speak more Japanese? That's when we started going up. I've really hit the limit of my conversational Japanese back there. Velociraptor put their pickle in my jar, sold 1K Tesla put, sold too late, missed out on about 700 extra, and too early to recover from that mistake. It's the first option play I've profited on by myself. Here's the cut for the basic knowledge. No cuts. Time provided for GME 510 2023s. I mean, that's actually not that bad of a play. Jesus Christ, I must be so far down on this like ranking list of super chats. Don't give YouTube your money, guys. Jesus Christ, Matt Kors makes $550,000 a fucking month in super chats. What does he do? Like DM people dick pics or something? Am I even on this list? Pretty sure it's a yearly number. Oh. Today then? Wait, I've gotten like some super chats today. Where am I? I'm not on the list. Lame. This is bullshit. I'm not even on here. Whatever. It's because I'm shadow banned. I wouldn't call this a recovery yet. But a bounce on 165 could be bullish. We'll see. Needs to cross 170 again. I've even changed my Ko-Fi now. Nowhere am I still known as a Dan. I fervently ask chat to accept me as a non-Dan. This is selfish of me, but I wish this. I want it. This will also make it so there are no Dans in Girk's top 3 Ko-Fi supporters. All your blatant blackmail abuse of Dorothy has been removed from the council. Check your DMs on Discord. A great man fell today. I hope you got what you wanted. You just highlighted it and crossed it out with a marker. Oh, I see. You've banned him from the only Dans. This all seems like a ploy. You aren't approved to be on the YouTube super chat list. How do you get approved? Can we do a poll to see how many people have bought options? Everyone? Yeah, we'll do one later. So you think players long on AMC's IV would do something to purposely run it up and off the chain, specifically up to the edge of the chain? He is no longer a Dan, and he was paper-handed pigeon whale. Damn, the mods are coming out against you now, Darth Dan. Dumpster fire, brick by brick. I probably didn't lift. Just ask it again. Chat's like been kind of crazy today. How much do you think max paying could change between now and Friday? I mean, it could shift a lot, but has it shifted at all today? Well, it's max paying's still at 148. Like we're just trading way below max paying. Is XRT blocked from shorting this morning or after market close today? I believe it's as of this morning. It can no longer be shorted. What do you mean by max pain? Can you explain? It's the price point at which that is most beneficial to market makers, as the most contracts expire out of the money. I picked up some Jan 24 100s for 75. Could have gotten them a little cheaper, but I'm good with it. Nice, dude. I'm thinking about adding options to my GM positions. Looked into April 160s and 250s and a 1-to-2 ratio. Thoughts? It's a really wide spread. I can't win here, can I? I get called out in the hit piece on Discord and drop my sub and withdrawn from chat, and then we get called out for not being vocal. When I was requested to come back into the light, you say it's suspicious. We talk to you. I will now lurk once more. What? What the fuck are you talking about? I've spoken to the 510 gang, and this vaunted subgroup is currently considering whether we support the president in his time of need. However, the hugging pickle remembers the president being there in his time of need and will support him. Hugs. I'm Helen Keller to Dan Drama. Hedgies are fuck. Nutsack out. Put your nutsack away, Nutsaculon. Or at least clothe it in public. Feb 18 200s. It's losing money pretty good, and I'm thinking of going to a higher strike April call. Can I get 1 or 2 if I go high enough? Would that be a bad play? Yeah, probably. President of the Dumpster, Dan's, is a heavy mantle to bear, but you must keep chugging on Darth Dan. You're our only hope. Jesus Christ. So being this far below max pan, would weeklies a few dollars below max pan possibly print? It's risky. There's a chance that we rise up closer to max pan, but there's definitely some risk. I mean, I think they're incentivized to keep the price here down below like 130, 135. If they were hedging properly. But that would trade the stock, right? Yeah, we would have to be far more liquid as well. Confirmed bounce start at 12:69 local time in Trinidad, an island off the eastern coast of Brazil. This confirms my theory that short hedge funds are once again utilizing Brazilian puts. Thoughts? Ah, Jesus. What would be the benefit of tightening the spread? Less risk on the out of the monies. I mean, you're talking $120 out of the money. Like that's a lot, right? Even it's like if your high was 200, like your high target was 200, that's still $80 out of the money. And like you have to be pretty confident in your ability to trade those options if you expect to just make money on IV. What happens if someone rolls their position beyond Jan? Is that possible? Would everyone sell the calls and let them out of this? What happens if someone rolls their position? What? I don't know what you're asking there. Balake. Are you inferring that they're somehow rolling their FTDs out of January? They've rolled all their FTDs into January and the beginning of Feb. Our once treasured Darth is stuck in limbo. The Dans cannot accept him back into our dumpster. Give this poor vagabond a new home. Re. Love your optimism, but they always drive us down. Isn't it possible they've just been short selling all year to retail and hope to buy back all those shares? What? Olga, I'm not even sure what you're trying to say there. Why are so many of these questions like so convoluted? Have they been short selling all year? Yes. Do they hope to buy those shares back? Probably not. There's no evidence that suggests shorts are trying to salvage value out of their puts. They've driven the price down for a specific reason. Zero DCs may essentially be a used scratch off. I agree, Dunstan. There's little evidence that they close the puts. There's not even that much evidence that they exercise them. There's a little bit of exercising going on there, but not enough for it to look intentional or institutional. So yeah, I would say that when they buy these weekly puts, they generally just ride them out. Maybe selling them into close on Friday for whatever profit they can grab out of them, but it's most likely minimal at that point. The point of them is to amplify the effects of their shorting, right? So they can use far fewer shares to drive the price down, but create far more of a drop. They're forced to deliver shares that are not made through synthetic or bona fide market making. So they can't deliver you synthetics, Randy Rand. Not in that sense. They can use creation through an ETF and get you shares, but then they compound their loss on the call, right? Because if your call has gone up and you've exercised it, right, and they haven't hedged as the price rose, then, you know, not only have they lost the value of their premium, right, but they've also had to go and buy, you know, 100 or less shares from an ETF at whatever the current trading price is to satisfy your contract. I have a feeling that puts are hedged properly while calls aren't. I kind of agree with that. If they've been shorting all year, would it bump the microwave into the apple by the overpass? Or do you think the lion would just retire with pumpkins? Both of those things. For the exercising of a put, I think they can still use ETF creation as a form of locate for those. Right? They just have to sell 100 shares to satisfy the exercise at the strike, or cash settle. Right? That the exercising of a put is like cash settled. Do CFDs have the same effect as options? Sort of. I mean, yeah, in the sense that they're most likely hedged. How many FTD due dates are next week? We have the 10th and the 12th are like big FTD due dates. Since Citadel specializes in volatility dispersion, wouldn't it make sense that they do what they want a lot of they do want a lot of volatility. It kind of does. It's sort of the question is, are they short or long volatility on GameStop? I think they're most likely long volatility on AMC. Looks like the bottom is reached, and we are now seeing a positive climb upwards. The trend's reversed, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything yet. Like, I wouldn't say this is a confirmed reversal. We're not moving back up past, their put walls at like 130, 135. They bought 135s this morning, I believe. Was it? They're buying 120 puts now. Hold on, let me refresh this. So we've got, yeah, one OI on 135s is up, 115s is up, or 120s is up, 115s is up, 130. Here's some like negative 1.0 delta puts that were bought. So, I mean, yeah, it looks like they're continuing to try to suppress the price. Generally, when they buy these like super deep in the money ones, this is to stop the price action when it gets out of control. So, like, if it gaps up, you'll see them buy super deep in the money puts. In order to reverse the trend or reverse the breakout. But it looks like they're continuing to suppress the price. They have not stopped yet. But still, all of these options for this Friday. I'm loaded up with Feb 18, 140, 150, 160, 170, 200, 225, or 250. Nice. Thanks for letting me drift off of your Zen today. Old me would have panic bought it open. P.S. I never want to see you on any list Matt Kors is on. Thanks, Kristen. Well, forever be known now as President Darth. The voting is not complete. There's only 1,700 votes, Darth Dan. Today a little up is fitting with last year, and tomorrow down again. If you want to go back to like the historical chart, hold on, I have the overlay here. Yeah, today was a little up. The following day was actually pretty flat. I don't think it was so much down. So like last year, yesterday was down big. Today was a little bit up, and then the next day was relatively flat, like within the range of today. But last year we were also, this day we were down 4%. Yesterday we were down what? Over 10%, like 11 point something, 11.3. Is 160 to 230 too large of a spread for Febs? I mean, it just doesn't make sense. Like, you're buying at 160 and then only at 230. Like, why not fill this? Like, it puts all your eggs in two baskets when you could have like just a nice a nice spread. Like, if you bought everything at 160, that would make sense, right? Like, you're aiming for all your calls to go in the money. But like, if you're buying a spread, like, you generally want, like, what about all these other strikes? Make sure you're paying my strat. I'll lower my strikes into a zone I'm more comfortable trading 150s, 80s, and see more of a chance of intrinsic value. Okay, so reduce risk. You'll by reducing risk, you'll reduce leverage, right? Like, so it caps your gains potentially, but it reduces your risk. Would it make sense they want a lot of volatility, just not out of their control? Yes, but there's obviously somebody who doesn't, right? Pickle down economics. Or these cycles present moments where they can't constrain the volatility. This is amazing. Guys, we're doing it. Shiftsearch.com. Who's they? Most likely people with an interest in lowering the price of GameStop or entities that have a significant number of FTDs due next week. Instant number one YouTuber. That just felt like a weird plug for Shift Search. Well, it's not. Unfortunately, they don't sponsor me for talking about them all the time, but it's free. It's free options flow. Good luck finding that elsewhere. I'm not saying uwu. Found you on YouTube trending. What is this mess? Empty finance weebs just entered the stream. I said what? Do you have any Hello Kitty ears to wear? JP Morgan shut down their clearinghouse. What means? A clearinghouse? What is it that plays out advantageously when you spread out your calls instead of dumping max into the lowest strike you would have spread from? Well, first of all, you can get more leverage, but with reduced risk. And you also have more time to exit. If you have like all of your calls at like 500, right? And we run and say we hit 350, You know, you're gonna have a very brief window to sell these because they're out of the money. And if the stock turns around rapidly, these could lose value very, very quickly, right? But by having it more spread out, not only do you improve your odds of selling at beneficial prices, you can back out of your position slower. You have more time to, like, you know, hold these lower strikes on volatile price movement. Hey Croaky, what's up? I've heard a lot about JB's new fulfillment facilities, but since it's not in the metaverse, does it even matter? It's an excellent question. So rest of day, up, down, sideways. Hmm, choppy. We're kind of holding the trend, but we've fallen a little bit. Volume's died down. We're already at 2 million volume today, by the way. Do we have a wedge that ends at 1140? Ugh. Maybe 1115? Like now? Yeah, if we bounce off this low, then we could see a breakout. Thickle with that abomination is gonna haunt me. Ever been on our Subway hentai? Who am I kidding? Of course you have, with your backing. I really think we can make our pickle hentai a thing. That's no, thank you. When are you gonna sell out? I'm fucking trying. After MOASS, the first thing I'm buying is a Pickle Chan body pillow. Huh. Guys, look at how good my TA is. Y'all some weirdos. It's true. It's a very strange place to hang out. It's technically DD, not TA. Can we get an ahigo gao pickle? I knew you guys were all a bunch of fucking weebs. Hashtag not a weeb. We're falling off the rails. Not yet. It's an awfully short time frame to look at TTM OG rules. When does the podcast Jerking It with Gherkin It begin? You select a lucky follower each week to join in and chat with you. Can I be the first? I actually love this idea. Girk spends months telling people options of the way. One video of Charles Gradante saying the same thing, SS erupts. That's because they don't trust the financial powers that be. Can you cross your eyes? Even I thought pickle hentai thing was weird. I mean, yeah, I agree. We don't need to sexualize the pickles. What price is attractive to boomer investors? I mean, they're just going to buy whatever CNBC tells them to. Is Wall Street Bets talking up Jimmy options? They should be. Shills are now pushing that options only work if you exercise them. Horseshit. So, like, the kind of money you're hoping flows into GameStop might not happen again, right? That was largely in part because the media started talking about short squeezes on GameStop, and so you had thousands of people who normally don't manage their finances calling up their financial advisor and being like, "I would like you to buy some GameStop." Do you find it at all suspicious how rapidly the sentiment on options shifted on SS? No, because I think it's been underlying for a long time, and it just kind of just more proof. Yeah, November to now is not overnight. I think for a long time people have understood the options DD. I think there's been a like small vocal crowd that has like been anti options. I think most people understood it and were either interested or don't know enough about options and so stuck with buy and hold. I think more confirmation of the theory is is uh is a positive. I think it gave people more validation of the DD, which is good, right? More triangles, stat. That's not how it works. Listen, we finally had enough like intraday volume to do some TA on GameStop. It's cool. That shit was spot on too. The Dillist, dude. Thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord if you need me to set you up with anything over there. Thank you so much, man. Oh, do I have? I do.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. I scream certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi-Fi stream. Pigeon whale's cool and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named Vwa. I hope you ain't gonna be a paper-headed bitch, you see. But most likely, you will be. To be entirely honest, I can't imagine what you'll think with an extra 100 bones not in your piggy bank. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling covered calls like Moomin, cause that's fucking rough. Once the day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Gherk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer? Hey, seriously guys, not a cult. Not a cult.
Isn't it just incredibly comforting to know the RC and the execs are down around 50% right now? So zen. My wife wears cucumber and melon deodorant for almost 12 months. I've thought of you nearly every time I smell it on her. Fuck my life. Yeah, all of the songs have like different volume levels. So it gets weird. Do we all need to be on one yacht or can we tie our yachts together? That's called a flotilla. I like it. Don't play the one I sent. I haven't listened to it. I don't even know where it is in my DMs. Danimals. I'll have to find it. Or you could DM me again. So it goes to the top of my list. Triangles are working. XRT still on the threshold list? It was yesterday. Have you been watching AMC options in Jan Feb, or is that not supporting your thesis? I haven't. Hold on. Huh. You know what? Danimals drinkable yogurt? This is dope as fuck. You should have let me know how dope it was. I blame you.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
This is a banger. Well done, Danimals drinkable yogurt. Or Gogurt? Bulgurt. Sorry, Bulgurt. Do it again. The stock likes it. Hmm. The poll is closed to me. Last I saw it was 42-58. The 400 people left in chat would need to unanimously vote for me. I know my maths. It also no longer shows up in live chat for me. I accept the decision. You know, it's actually 44-56, Darth Dan. You're not as far off as you think. Run it back. All right.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
That's what we want to break. This looks bullish as fuck, actually. Is that song on Napster? If we make eye contact during your stream, is it weird? No. Gherk update Reddit. Oh yeah. Just played a badass song, suckers. Peace out. Extra reassurance on XRT earlier. Loaded myself in the Dan Cannon, but luckily I forgot I need a friend to light the fuse. Pam, the trader slash realtor. Hi. Gurk's BlackRock recruiter. I've announced my Danship. Gurk had offered me modship. If I did, the chat will decide my fate. Please look directly into the camera and remind Trash Dan how much you love and care for them. Trash Dan, we care about you. Oh, cool. Yeah. So if you guys want to listen to that song more, Danimal's Drinkable Bulgurt dropped his SoundCloud link in the music channel. Check it out. It concerns me that we can never see where your hands are. Well, they're on the ends of my arms. Stop. No, don't do that. I see you're not watching me in 140p today. Those are stunt hands. What? No, I don't have a sixth digit on my right hand. What the fuck are you talking about? Do you feel vindicated somewhat that people are coming around to options after that video came out? About fucking time. I don't really care though. Prove it? I have a normal number of fingers and toes. Here come the hand freaks. That's a fake hand. Seems to be an options backlash forming on Super. Who cares? If I could just give you a short list of things I don't give a flying fuck about. The opinion of people on Reddit. That's the first one. That's it. It's like, oh no. There's backlash from a bunch of people who've only owned one stock for a year. GFV's not on Reddit anymore. Have they pushed it lower than you thought? Yeah, this is lower than I expected it. That was a nice consolidation bounce. That's bullish. How do you feel about Charlie's vids? Oh, he's a whack job. He reads a lot of shit and then completely fucking misinterprets it. Do you have any thoughts on Zero thinking he can go to 3850 based on TA? I'm not smart enough to agree or disagree. I don't think so. I agree that if you're looking purely at GameStop through the lens of technical analysis, the current trend is not bullish. Me Blue, thank you so much for coming along, Johnson, man. I appreciate it. Would Jimmy get delisted if the full float was DRS? I don't think so. I think they would just release more shares, right? Do you have a price target for the squeeze? No, it's a fucking short squeeze. Anybody that tells you they have a price target for a Black Swan event is just making shit up. Just took a home test. I'm positive for COVID-19. Fuck my life. Tom. I'm sorry. Rest, fluids. That's super shitty, man. Does 200 sound reasonable for a squeeze price? That's a bit low. Hate to be a downer, but it seems like we might be moving with the market general today. Prove me wrong. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. But the effects of that movement on their put walls is what matters, I think, most. Can they hold them? Are they going to get blown out? Are algos going to be buying into GameStop because it's fucking trading $65 below its average? 100% DRS isn't impossible. Synthetic shares allow 100% count, even though insiders and others have large positions. Jeez. Okay. We haven't seen 300 in a long time. Let's get there first. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, let's see if we can break 250, and then we'll worry about what price targets are during a squeeze. Does the universe have a character count limit? At this point, wouldn't they have updated their algos to avoid GME? I mean, nobody's going to ignore the potential for the arbitrage. XRT ain't doing much. What happened to Reg Show? I said it starts off slow, right? They only have to cover FTDs on the T1. Also, no, that's not XRT. Hold on. XRT is doing stuff. It's slightly up today. How about a poll of the percentage of audience that has gotten COVID for science sake? I have a list of stocks you once said you'd invest in, so I can continue to front run you forever. Fuck you, Bob Lewis. How's CVVWAP looking? I checked it this morning. It wasn't all that impressive. It started to zero out and then overcorrected, I believe. Let me take a look. 1 second. CVVWAP's about neutral right now, so not a lot of foreign arbitrage. I'd like to see us go back up because I think we might have thrown a false signal on the BBBY squeeze. And historically that snapped back to the upside. Oh, interesting. Bollinger bands are actually staying within. Curious. 2 more days and we have like a really strong TTM fire signal too. I don't want to get deep into the super smooth brain politics on Superstock, but I hope it feels good to be vindicated from the option spud. The Pickles have held diligently in defense this entire time. Thank you guys. I know you have. I know. I don't know. I guess I never really cared if they believed in it or not, right? That's not why I wrote the DD. I wrote the DD for people to have an opportunity. And I think most of the people that wanted to try to seize that opportunity have. And maybe more will now realize it. What happened? You're not a shill anymore? I don't know. For the people that think I'm a shill, I will always be one, and that's fine. May no longer be a shill on SS, but you'll always be a shill in my heart. Thank you, JC. For it to happen, we need the masses to join your idea, or else it might not work. I suspect that institutions would pressure it anyway. Can't spell bullish without shill. Yeah, it's not because like we all got together and we were like, I really hope Kenny pays us to sell options to these people. It's because we all saw the benefits. That's why everyone came out pro options around the same time. Too many people's completely separately completely separate theories had converged around the same set of events. What's your Feb 300s profitable? Um Shit, what are they down like 60% right now? Let me look. Um at a test of 220, they're up quite a bit. Uh, I guess if we, it depends on the volatility spike, but somewhere between 180 and 220, they'll be profitable. I mean, if people had been pro options the entire time, they probably just would have lost a lot of money too, though, right? Like, and that's what happened. Everyone was pro options in the beginning, but like most retail buyers don't have a lot of money, so they buy short-term calls, and short-term calls on GameStop are net negative. Like you don't really make money on these. If people had bought quarterlies, then the realized profits, if they had sold at the top, would have been phenomenal. Like retail would have quadrupled its collective money or better over the year. I mean, they know that though, right? Like they know that retail can't really afford far dated options, at least not in large quantities. I mean, if a lot of institutions were buying in expecting the short hedge funds to drive the price up, they would try to buy in without affecting the price significantly. So we would want to look for things like dark pool volume increasing. We'd want to look for large block orders of calls. These would be signals that long institutions were moving in. Floor is on Reddit Apes backs. That's the only reason you were able to play options. If Reddit pushed options, GME wouldn't hold a floor and die off. That's not true. You just have to, I mean, it's everyone's floor. Everyone holds it. I will say that there is definitely a bystander effect that needs to be addressed, and that's that you cannot sell shares and buy options. Like that if everyone thinks they can do that, that destroys the potential of options. Do you still stand by everything in your buy and hold DD? Yes. How can we look at dark pool trading? Stonks Sarah, I think, tracks it. I'm not sure. Let me double check. Or Stock Sarah. Sorry. Does it? Maybe it doesn't. They just want to get in as low as possible, right? If that's the case. The problem with selling shares and then buying them back on DRS is this interim period. If your shares weren't being lent in the first place, then you've provided liquidity to reduce FTDs. Even though once you buy them back here on CS, the potential for them to be shorted is then removed or to be lent. They only care about this period where you provide the liquidity to the market. Do you still stand by everything in your... Oh, get out of here. Pineapple pizza is terrible. What's the main reason they don't use these massive put walls every week? Too costly? Well, most weeks they don't need to, right? They only need to do this when they're covering FTDs, because the risk of gapping the price up is very high. And so this helps them stabilize the price while covering FTDs and helping clear them through CNS. It was rigged against you from the start. Is Melvin completely out of GME now that they had negative 40% last year? The original short's still not closed yet. I don't think they closed their shorts. I don't think they ever had a chance. Do you share your own positions? I share some of my positions, not all of them. As far as getting into options investing, I would take a slow and steady route. Check out your brokerage, information on options. Make sure you have an understanding of the Greeks, calls versus puts, buy to open, sell to close. You can look into Options as a Strategic Investment, which is an excellent book. I would recommend paper trading options through a platform like TDM Ameritrade's Thinkorswim, before ever investing real capital into options. Still will most likely control Melvin's short position now since they bailed them out. It's possible. I think if that many people found themselves short, dangerously short one asset, it'd be in their best interest to have one party control the trade. Clip what? You know what? I'm gonna start a Discord channel for you guys to just put timestamps in of things you want clipped. Would that be useful? Do you have a Twitch account? I do. I don't really use it, but I have one. Shit posters might spam it with random timestamps. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. Maybe I'll just put it, I don't know. Make it approved members only. Honest opinion, hypothetically regarding meme stocks other than AMC, AG, COS, BBBY, it's BBBY. If we hold these stocks, could they run in Jan Feb, or is it worth cashing out now and using capital for GME? I think they have less potential, Mega Mole. So yeah, things like AMC, COS, BBBY, Jan W, Macy's, like While they're in the same baskets, they're far more liquid, with the exception of Cost, but Cost has no options chain. So I think its upside's fairly limited. In the same way, I think like DDS has more like potential for a short squeeze, right? But things like AMC or BBY don't. Not that they won't necessarily rip or they can't see price improvement. They could. I just don't think they have the same potential for a squeeze. Make one for submissions, and then mods can vet and publish in another thread. Oh, that's possible. I'm working with a big YouTuber now on getting the GME word out. Would you be interested in anything like this? Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Anything like I don't like the idea of doing streams with other people anyway, because my viewpoints are generally way different than theirs, and as are like my goals for my stream. But yeah, I mean, I do it because I think it reaches more people, and I think that's a good thing. I think like we're as a community wildly underrepresented across social media compared to things like AMC, you know, where their CEO sells the stock from under his investors, and they all get it trending on Twitter. Can you explain the 1 billion share buyback on BBBY and why it won't cause the price to go up significantly when complete? They announced today they had 280 million left to buy back at $14. That's 20 million shares. Oh, I think it's significant, but their float was so diluted already that it may not be enough. I know the short positions over there keep going up. They may still have enough liquidity, right? The interest isn't super high in that stock. Thanks for you. Can we discuss buying directly through computer share, DSP, direct share purchase? The purchases are purchased in blocks of 100 on lit exchanges and cannot be FTD'd. Today's green volume? I don't think so. I don't think retail is purchased anywhere near the number of shares today that we're seeing traded, regardless of how bullish they are. Most of these orders are through OTC markets. We've seen computer share buy orders come in before. They push the price up, but it's not super significant. Do you see the results of the inverse head and shoulders on GME? Well, we're about to break through possibly this resistance and start trending to the upside for the day. Would you consider selling, expecting more down movement? Probably not. Between you and another YouTuber, you both actually know what you're talking about. All the other ones are far-fetched speculation and hype videos. They get old and their content isn't useful, I suppose. Pickled mustard seed is great. Strikes for next week. Getting rejected again. Best case scenario, Jimmy crosses all-time high. I mean, that's what I'm hoping for. And then we'll see where it goes from there. Is it unlikely that shorts lost control before the outline cycle dates? They may have. We know that if they did lose control, or that there were margin calls that occurred on the run in November when we started to see all that weird data come in, like higher short interest and 13 million shares to borrow and all of that. Like if some of that, some of those glitches, so to speak, in the data were due to a margin call occurring, then there's a potential that they could push that out for 60 days, which I believe fell sometime right around the end of January, like January 29th or something like that. Remember when we had all those deferrals? People say Bitcoin is slow, but even wire transfers take 1 to 2 days. Most tech companies give stock awards and bonuses. Could RC institute that for mid and lower level employees? Usually they buy back the shares to provide them rather than create dilute, right? It's possible. I'm sure that new employees coming in are interested in like investment schedules, especially as GameStop evolves into a technology company. My weekly out of the money calls purchased on Monday down 90%. Oh wow. We're at the pickle unit. Appreciate you employing so many pickles today. We do have this to say. We pulled our members. It was 53 to 47 to support Darth for modship. Has he paper-handed Pigeon Whale and Danship? Yes, but we believe he would be an asset to you and the channel. Interesting. $56 to $44. So close. What do you think the best time would be for a big company announcement from the point of view of the options chain? Friday after close. Ooh, Friday at noon. This doesn't work when there's a high volume of FTDs. Today actually has slightly higher volume of net short FTDs. We haven't hit the wall of ETF FTDs yet, which are far more significant than GameStop, like GME direct FTDs. But we do have a greater number of FTDs today, and they are net short. And as you can see already, their attempt at holding the price down below these puts is not successful right now. So when the volume picks up, the put walls aren't as strong. Would you say with a 95% confidence that the ratio of 6-month subscribers to Dan's is nearly 1-to-1? If so, wouldn't that make the chat being Dan nearly inevitable? What? No, there's lots of people that are 6-month subscribers that are not fucking Dan's. Stop spamming Darth for mod. That's up to you and your risk tolerance, Corazon. How do you see if the FTDs are net short or net long? We estimate it based on the previous or the correlating days short volume. Which, if you look here, today is T plus 2 plus 35 calendar days from December 1st. Which was 64.85% short interest with short volume of 591,462 and long volume of 320,647. So far, it's been pretty accurate. It's hard to tell when the short volume is like 50 to 56%. Like this range, it's just kind of choppy. But when the short volume is in excess of 60%, we tend to have buy pressure. So it's not the best system for predicting if we'll have buy or sell pressure or how strong it'll be, but it does seem to work fairly well. And as we move into like tomorrow's FTDs are 71.48% short volume. So it really climbs. This is stock Sarah. Or well, Mondays, I guess. Mondays FTDs are 71.48% short volume. Yeah, it's a better system than guessing. Like initially way back before the August run, we were just kind of like, this day was red and then this day might be green. And that seemed like a terrible way of doing it. So yeah, the short volume data seems to correlate with the amount of buy pressure on the stock on its FTD due date. Dans are only for sacrifices. Not a Dan. Thank you, Ryan. And Copper Top. Someone said the Dans are the worst part of the community. That's factually incorrect. The poors are and will always be the worst part of the community. But some of the Dans are poors. VWAP Dan Seibel. I think your logic's flawed. Dr. K was the worst part of the community, but now he's also a Dan. It really brought your average down. Are we seeing changes in the options chain now? Then thanks for your thoughts. We're seeing calls come in because the price is cheap. But today's like options volume is still, well, it kind of looks like they're selling out of the Jan 7 120s. I think those are starting to get closed. Feb 18 160s are up. Jan 21 130s are up. Feb 18 150s are up. But the put volume and let me look at volume. Hold on. Yeah, put volume's really high. So they're still trying to hold it down. It's just not succeeding. I think the combination of some bullish momentum in the call chain and the net long FTDs are letting the price rise up a little bit, which puts their puts at risk. And then if they sell out of their put positions and the market maker is able to deleverage, that puts more buy pressure on the stock, which accelerates the uptrend. As the trend continues up and we start hitting higher and higher strikes and the market maker starts hedging, you know, that puts even more hedging to the long side, that puts even more pressure on it. My logic may be flawed, but as a pigeon well dance, it's worth more than the poor's logic. Well, that's one way to look at it. Tens are a collective. If one is a pigeon whale, then all are pigeon whales. I appreciate your support. However, we must let this vote and election be fair. I do not condone bombarding the chat. We must let them vote with what they think is best for Gherk and the channel. If chat decides my renouncement is accepted or not, it must be on them. I love how suddenly last night Supersonic was like, hey, Pi-Fi was right all along. We should just buy options. Nice to see you get some vindication. Thanks, Sleep Tech and Value. New people, it's if you're staying for a few days, wait for the moments where Pi-Fi goes quiet and just intentionally watches the chart. It's awesome. Can you explain what sell to close a call option? Assuming I make 2x the strike I purchased, why would anyone buy my deep in the money call? Because of the value of exercise, the value of the contract. You know, if you have a $200 strike and you've 2x'd it, right? And it's, you know, or say we're trading at 400, right? The value of this contract is the fact that the purchaser of the contract can buy shares for $200. Right? They can exercise that contract and get 100 shares of GameStop for $200 because you have the option to do that. So that's why somebody would buy your contract. Well, we broke through. Let's see if we can break yesterday's resistance. That resistance band right here at, so there's still puts at 135. That was fucking weird. Okay. Give him max at 183. That's bullish as heck. That's awesome. You can actually look up the rules through CBOE or the OCC. No, bonafide market making does not allow them to create shares for exercise. That is why they are supposed to hedge, and that is why they are supposed to remain delta neutral. If they are not doing that, exercising punishes them for it significantly. But no, they cannot create synthetics to satisfy an exercise. It is a binding contract to provide 100 shares of the underlying, and not everybody selling calls is a market maker. Is it okay to shout out those SS users who have backpedaled on your options thesis? I'm impressed they admitted fault. Maybe there's hope for them. Now on to AMC Abes. No, you don't need to shout anyone out. Do you expect to hit a lot of resistance in the 200, 250 range? Feels like if we break 250, it could turn into something exciting. It could, and there's also a big gap up potential at 282 to like 296. Like that gap's never been filled. So that's cool. But yeah, I think breaking 250 is the first goal to the upside. Breaking, sustaining a price above 250. Yesterday's buys are in the money. Nice. Nice, dude. Is AMC a dud? I'm not playing the song. UK brokers start to put volatility warnings on the GME ticker again. Good. Dan's also have a heart, but this heart has only one utility, a ritual sacrifice. Thank you so much, Ryan. I'm a Dan and still not sure what a Dan is. That's okay. What difference does it make? It would require the same amount of money to buy 100 shares at either at 400 or buying in the money 200C and exercise it. That's not necessarily true. It's also, if the price action is continuing up, it locks in your ability to buy 100 shares at $200. What's your price expectation? Hope by Jan 21. We'll see what happens. I don't really have a price expectation, Jay. I'd like to see us get above 200 in early January and hold. That would obviously be very important for later in January. I'd like to see us above our year-long average, and I'd like to see a lot of those leaps go into the money. Some people selling calls are Moonwin. 160s 218 had a $500,000 buy-in. Awesome. Thanks, Kabo. If they aren't allowed to create synthetics to satisfy exercise, how does exercising puts help them? Repeat-ish of prior questions, but I didn't say what I was trying to say. Exercising puts? It puts it. Oh, so it puts all of the creation onto the market maker. So it puts the risk onto the market maker. Puts looking sold to me. Yes, they're starting to. What mechanics support gap filling? It's mostly that the market makers want the stock to trade at those prices for their books. Yeah, I mean, gap filling is also kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, and it's not guaranteed. I know everyone says all gaps must fill. Do you have a recommendation for a humidifier in the winter? No, but I need to get one. I call semi bullshit on the SEC saying the jam price was us buying and not a squeeze. The push into 400 was when the buy button was off. Correct wording would be price was beginning of squeeze. Yeah, I agree. There's some bullshit in the SEC report, but there's also a lot of useful information in there as well. Can you comment on the Baba and Cat charts? Baba looks good. I think it can continue to break to the upside. Caterpillar, stabilizing, but not looking great. The increase in the rate increase through the Fed could have a pretty big effect on this over the next couple weeks. Have you seen the options 2022 calendar? I linked it. If not, where did you link it? Send me a DM. I mean, I've looked at it before, but not recently. Is the ETF exposure a lot greater than the 121 GME GEX exposure? Or do they kind of go hand in hand and just compound one another? The ETF exposure that comes before the GEX exposure will compound the GEX exposure. The GEX exposure, as it plays out and is covered, can compound the ETF exposure that follows it. So early ETF exposure will drive more options into the money as we approach that. What did I do? God damn it. Sorry. ETF exposure that drives more of the options chain into the money will create greater GEX on the other side. As that GEX is covered, creating more upside, that will mean that FTDs that follow will be higher priced and in a more illiquid environment, creating even more upside potential. Also, things like that can raise the weighting of GameStop in ETFs, especially ETFs that rebalance daily. I'm selling put walls means they're not tanking tomorrow, or do we have to wait and see what today brings? We need to wait. They still have a lot of open interest higher up. So 135, you know, we would want to break through that. That seems to be the last significant part. I don't see a lot of 150s open on the chain right now, or 140s. So yeah, I think if we can break to the upside of this, let me see. If we can break to the upside of 135, we're pretty clear. Like, there's some open interest at 140, but it's much weaker. If we can break 140, then we could really move like back up towards max pain. But I think max pain might be fairly close to 140. It's like 142 today, right? Let me double check. That could also go up. 148. So max pain's at 148 right now. So yeah, I think if we could break 135, we have some room to run. Escalate. Yes. If they start selling off the put walls before tomorrow, it does relieve the down pressure. Would you say since last year they turned off the buy button that calls are an option to subvert that? I think so. I think that's why we continued to run until like the 29th. I think most people's options last year, the vast majority of contracts that were purchased during the run up were weeklies, right? Options were so expensive that those are the only ones people could really afford. And yeah, we see here on the 29th a fairly strong reversal in trend by market open the next Monday, which means that a lot of these options were sold off. So like they turned the buy button off here on the 27th, but the price continued to run up, and that was because of the delta hedging, right? And variance hedging that was still going on. Even though nobody was really able to buy the stock, there was still exposure. But then everyone sold out of their options and the price tanked. If those options and that delta had been carried further out, I think the price would have kept going up, regardless of the buy button being turned off. For CAT, you mean construction equipment loans, interest rate could hurt it? No. I mean, like, CAT has a lot of, they borrow a lot of money. So I think the increase in the rate will slow their growth. A lot of things working against them right now. I mean, they've got like the infrastructure bill, which is working for them, but they have a lot of debt. They're a massive blue chip company, right? So it's just like, and the more debt now any debt they create for future growth is going to be more expensive. It's definitely going to slow down any potential growth on the stock. The rate hasn't been raised yet, though. Vote count 2,600 votes, 56% to 44%. Darth Dan. Are the shorts not pushing down? Did they give up with sub 120? I didn't see much buy pressure countering their puts and shorting. I mean, they shorted pretty hard throughout the early part of the day. But the buy pressure was almost equivalent, and we're coming back up. If we can break through 135, we have a pretty clear path ahead of us to move up. I actually think GME has already positioned themselves really well for a rate increase. They've been investing money into growth ahead of that rate increase and ahead of continuing inflation, and that's going to benefit them a lot in the years to come. As you know, a lot of their growth investment is pre-inflationary. Must be the new anime cartoons. Ayo, thank you so much. Yeah, it's true. Reg show could be affecting the short arsenal. We know Meme and XRT are on today. The MSCI one that got thresholded, I think, doesn't start its threshold process till Monday, but that one's super tiny. They mitigated a large portion of interest rate risk through swaps. Interesting. Could the 310 crash have been aimed specifically at people holding April calls from pre-Jan to reset the T plus 9 plus 35 on those contracts? That's possible. Yeah. Let them start hedging at a lower price. I don't hate that tactic. That sounds effective. You know, you guys need to understand that these like large institutions have investors to report to, and they have, you know, teams of people that assess their risk. GameStop is high risk. There's no denying that. And while they might have, you know, some funds that they're okay with taking high risk with, the majority of their funds are not. So they're not just going to pile into GME unless like a squeeze is guaranteed. And then they'll just pile in late. They have enough money to buy in at any point they want, right? They can confirm a squeeze is occurring and then buy in. I think everyone always expecting like all these institutions to come to their rescue, and while you do have funds like Rentec that have a lot more discretion, or Burry's fund where most of the discretionary investments are left up to like the hedge fund manager. Big banks and like broker dealers, they're very risk adverse, and GameStop is a risky investment no matter how you look at it. But I mean, all the primes did shed off their hedges, and ironically shed them all before the massive drop in price, or exercised them, causing the massive drop in price. I thought the video was interesting that retail wouldn't lay off a short squeeze like institutions due to the SEC. I said risk averse. Didn't I? Did I say adverse? I do that sometimes. Roaring Kitty. Ban Darth Dan? Wow. Darth Dan, Roaring Kitty wants to ban you. Do you see this? I'm screenshotting this. Oh, I'm not banning him. I don't go on his YouTube and tell him who to ban. FYI, your stream now defaults to 360p instead of 144. I'm moving up in the world. How could the price have dropped so much recently if there's little liquidity as we thought? Outside of long institutions selling for liquidity and ETFs being reg showed, well, the ETFs are reg showed, but that doesn't stop creation in them. It stops them from shorting the ETF in order to make the baskets cheaper, right? So they short the ETF, which brings down the price of the ETF, which means that they can make creation baskets cheaper. But now they can't short the ETF, right? So creation baskets will be like valued at market, which means the benefit of using ETFs for creation is sort of lost. What's the top 5 greatest DDs of all time? DFE, 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 and DFE, because he spits hot fire. Is there any way the FTDs from the failed roll aren't massive? They have been in the past, so. Your super chat ranking is pathetic. You're not even acknowledged by YouTube as a YouTuber. There's a 72,200 buy wall at 134 on Direct Edge right now. Dope. That's a reference only millennials will get. That's fair. What can I do for GameStop? Own it? Yeah, I still don't know what Rumble is. Like, people keep talking about Matt Kors moving to Rumble, and, you know, good riddance, first of all. Second of all, I don't know what that is. But good for him. He can tell people all about intraday cup and handles and 1 minute MACD crossovers over there. What site do you recommend for paper trading again? I feel like the best paper trading platform available right now is probably Thinkorswim. I'm not a fan of TDA. I've had issues with their customer service in the past and refuse to allow them to be my brokerage. I know you thought you couldn't gain more viewers at this point, but you're over 2K. I think I might have to do the video of a guy on RSS. Have you seen it? I've seen the video. I don't know if that's why the viewership is up, but hello, new people. Grinder for ducks. Oh, my 135 was in the money for a second. Yeah, I wouldn't be worried about 135s getting in the money. Can you explain why an IV spike possibly impacts a Feb 510C more than a Feb 200C, which are still negative for me? Well, it's relative to each strike. The 200C is pretty far out of the money right now as well. But an IV spike benefits them by acting as a multiplier on the intrinsic value of the contract. As the price goes up, the intrinsic value of those contracts will also go up. It will probably have to go up in excess of the strike because I'd imagine that you have lost some value in theta. But if those contracts go in the money, they'll become quite valuable. Do you have spoken? I'm to be banned from the Pi-Fi channel and Discord. Thank you for your time, the fun, the chugs, the excitement we have had. Farewell, and thanks for all the bull maya. I'm not banning you, President Darth Dan. You crazy son of a bitch. WeBull is running a new scroll that Matt Kors is joining Rumble with Rand Paul. Ugh. I would not want to watch Rand Paul. So the consensus here that Grandante fairly accurately summarized the situation as our DDs have. I guess so. I missed it. You said grinder for ducks? Apparently. Don't act like you don't know all about it, Trash Dan. Are we still all in on Jan 28th, 4,000 Cs? I mean, if we repeated last year's price action exactly, it's possible. Pitch is no censorship. Whatever. YouTube hasn't censored me. That's very nice of you, Glider. Is there more to that situation, or were you just being a good guy? YouTube censored the interviews with Dr. Malone, Myrna investor, that says no one should take it. Huh. Fuck that 72,135 sell wall. What happens to these puts now? They sell them. With shift search, how do you see if they're using puts to drop the price? They don't use puts to drop the price. They're using puts to hold the price down. Unless they're super deep in the money, like 1.0 delta. And then they're using them to just directly short. The stock is ridiculously volatile. Yes. Myrna dead. Ah, oh, god damn it. Don't you have like some over leveraged position like months out at a way higher strike, Victor? Like don't you need like Moderna to go back up to like $300 or something? Or are you trading it intraday? I can't tell. You ask me about it every day. But I'm still kind of confused. I bet Matt Kors will keep his YouTube channel open too. I'm sure. He's not going to cut off his revenue stream. Unless his contract doesn't allow him to cross stream. What's your bull thesis on Palantir? I don't have one. I just expect it to be worth slightly more than it is now. Palantir hasn't made money for like a decade. I don't think they're going to start right away. We'll see once those put walls crumble. We're starting to break up. I'm going to update Reddit real quick, guys. Lots on AMD pre-earnings. It'll probably run. When are earnings for AMD again? Does anybody know? Is it next week or the week after? I think spot is a good long-term investment. If so, why? I mean, I think they're going to continue to dominate the sector they're in. I know their last earnings was very good. Subscribers were up. Daily active users were up. Also, I think it's a little undervalued right now, so it's pretty bullish. Boss Blunts is an idiot. At least the two conversations that I've had with him, he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. How's it not 1 p.m. yet? I feel like we've been through a wide range of emotions already. Well, we have. We went below the depression zone and now we're entering the exuberance zone again. All within GME's demand zone. This is why GameStop's so great, because the demand zone for GameStop historically encompasses such a wide range of prices. Like pretty much everything from 350 all the way down to what, 38. So that's GameStop's demand zone. But people are willing to buy this stock at basically any price within this range. AMD earnings is the 25th. Yeah, usually it runs into earnings. If you want to play earnings and not get IV crushed, you'll need to buy calls pretty far out. Like calls with higher Vega. I just realized I'm more of an exuberance personality. Well, because even though we're down like $20 from 2 days ago, people are still bullish as fuck. I see you're trying to snipe Matt Core's viewers by shilling the demand zone. This could also be them just shedding puts and covering FTDs as well. It's hard to say what any specific price action on a stock is, right? AMD earnings is a week after leaps expire. Could be interesting. AMD leaps are up a lot. I'm sure the exposure is significant. Pickles from OS. It's what we needed all along. Coup to the lady view up. Thank you, Glider. Where's Darth Dan? Did he ban himself? Is he still around? What's he doing? I'm worried about him now. Do they shed puts by molting like a tarantula? Kind of. Will he be reborn after being boof consumed? You knew Darth Dan was a flight risk. Based on your DD, I've put my entire life savings in 510s. Well, thank you for not reading all of it. How does it feel to have slightly more viewers than the Masked Investor? Who the fuck is that? Who are these people? Why are there so many investment YouTubes? They're all AMC streamers. He's cringe as fuck. Okay. Does it seem like ape options have increased the average option volume at all today? Probably a bit. We're up $7 from yesterday's close. It's not like I try to incentivize super chatting. I try to answer everyone's questions, whether they're paying me or not. Would you imagine tomorrow's the last chance to get cheap calls? Do you think buys will begin from the bell Monday? Today could be the last chance to get cheap calls. We'll see. He made a pencil by using a pencil sharpener. Tell him to be careful with what he sticks in that pencil sharpener. I had a friend whose kid sharpened his finger one time. It wasn't pretty. AMC is up 1%, Jamie up 5.5%, but AMC is the real mass. Good to know. You see Wall Street Bets banning any positive GMEDD? Probably. Just write it from a negative perspective. Be like, listen up, you fucking degenerates. If you want your wife to stop getting fucked by her boyfriend, buy GME calls. That's all you need to write. That's the whole DD. Just because something has a lot of short interest doesn't mean it's a short squeeze contender. If girlfriend's getting smashed, then buy GME calls. Logic checks out. I know. AMC and GME have followed the exact same pattern for the last year. Why do you hate on AMC? Because I understand it for what it is. A stock with zero potential for a squeeze. Whose FOMO is driven by a CEO who's constantly selling shares out from under his shareholders. Robbing them of the money that they've put into the company. For his retirement. That's why. Because I think people should realize what he's doing. When I comment bullish GME stuff on Wall Street Bet, I use the shill brat deluxe emoji combo to keep bots and the jerks from downvoting. Adam Aaron has sold $70 million worth of AMC shares this year. Just because he bought some cheaper doesn't make what he's doing right. You should be wary of a company whose CFO sells out their whole fucking position. I don't care. I don't want to talk about it. It's a waste of my fucking time. Have you ever talked to Charlie's vids? No, I try to avoid associating with the mentally unstable. I bought AMC at $9, then sold it at 58. Does that make me a bad person? No. I don't think AMC shareholders are bad people. They're just being hoodwinked. They need to understand that the vast majority of money being made on their stock is selling them fucking covered calls every week. And the exact shorts they say they're against are long on their stock. I know you are, Johnny, yeah. How do you buy puts on the country of Australia? There's probably an ETF that tracks that. I'm not puts in your country. Someone just asked how to do it. Australia doesn't exist. Come on, guys. You're starting to sound like conspiracy theorists. You were in Jimmy last January. You know how obviously AMC was manufactured as a distraction on Wall Street bets to take pressure away from Jimmy, just like Silver, Rocket, etc. I agree. It was not the same. That's one of the problems is a lot of people view it as being the same. It's not. It never was. It never will be. It had way more potential pre-January than it does now when it had, 400 million less shares in its float. Like the fact that you've heard bullish shit about AMC on CNBC should tell you everything you need to know. What's up with meme? It only has one candle today. Didn't it get reg showed? Today's its first thresholding day? Who the fuck knows? I don't think it trades much volume. I did also make bank on Rocket, so I can't complain about Rocket. But think of all the people that just lost shitloads of money on it, trying to chase the high. Thanks, meditation. I know. Uranium's not a squeeze for like years though. Like the potential for uranium's the uranium squeeze is like years out. $12.69 incoming in 9 minutes. Should I play the 1269 song? I don't like Clove. I think it's way too highly manipulated. Why did DDS drop at the same time Jimmy did in November? Same ETFs. It's also consumer discretionary and retail. So did everything else. Macy's, J&W, AMC, BBBY. Not a fan of Chamath. Absolutely not. Also, he's a paper-handed bitch, so... Oh shit, I'm sorry to hear that, AO. I hope he gets better, man. Everyone's getting fucking COVID today. Jesus, I'm never going outside again. But last year, the Jan run started on my dog's yearly vet visit. This year's is on Jan 11th. Thoughts? Could be interesting. Tested positive for COVID this morning. Jesus Christ. Hey, Victor. I think Moderna might pop again. Don't give Victor hope like that. Watch out, that Pickle's trying to poke your eye. Bro, don't scare me like this. I mean, it looks like everyone's got COVID, so. Don't lie to me, Graham. $145 safe? I don't know about that. There's not a lot of resistance at 140. And 148 is max pin. Is this price action because of DRS? Whatever you want to believe, man. So the three big ETFs on Reg Show, they're left with shorting the actual stock or driving put pressure. There's one big ETF, two small ones on Reg Show. No, there's a shitload of FTDs, ETF FTDs due Jan 10th. Why do all your calls expire Feb 18th? That's when I wanted them to. That's not true. I have two calls that expire on January 28th because I bought the wrong ones. I just stubbed my toe. Is that because of DRS? Did you do it while putting your shares in computer share? What's the bull case for AMD? Oh, they're just fucking great in every way. Lisa Sue? That's all I need to say. No, they're growing pretty significantly. They do have some. They still have some reliance though on like TSMC, right? Moonwind, you and I both know that's not true. How long did DFE hold his calls before exercising? Didn't he hold them like all the way into like the June run up almost, or like almost into expiration? All right, enough shit about COVID. I don't care about anyone's opinions on it. April 16th, yeah. DFE originally bought, I think he added to his position over time. But yeah. Could the morning spike be market orders from yesterday that had to be placed yesterday but were willingly delayed to today? That's possible, yeah. How have I manipulated the market? It's ridiculous. Giving people information is not market manipulation. Have you picked out your attire for when you're questioned in front of Congress? I figure I'll just wear what I'm wearing today. They announced a dividend, Herva? Is Ivy low now? I mean, not as low as it's been historically, but it's pretty low. I have to think he's still adding. I mean, I think it'd be silly for him not to buy more at this price. Could you ghostwrite an easy to digest DD for Wall Street bets, but recruit someone loquacious and foul mouthed to jazz it up with degen speak? Oh, I know how to do that. Yeah. I don't need anyone. I could just write it myself. After you speak in Congress, how soon afterwards will Pelosi come to you for stock advice? If you can only buy two options, which would they be and why? Nice try. I'll pay for your attorney. Thanks, Mike Spies I'm not a pickle, Your Honor. I don't think you address them as Your Honor. I just exercised my 950 calls. Am I doing this right? Good on you. You think SPY recovers back to 475 before next Friday? Asking for a friend who may or may not have calls. It's climbing back up. We'll see. It could be slow. Ah, yes. Back down to 135. Holding an option for 2 months and selling isn't day trading. I'm aware. It's because I didn't play the 1269 song. I forgot. Yeah, I did, Bird Bear. Late to the stream, I'm sure it's been said 510 times, but thank you for sticking to your guns on the ridiculous options FUD. Got 2 Feb 18 150s. Nice, dude. Cost to borrow is an indicator of how many shares of GameStop are being borrowed from the SEC lending pool. The borrow rate is indicative of the liquidity of the borrow pool. The higher it goes, the less shares there are available to borrow. Oh my fucking god. The price craters and people, the answer is options. I mean, they're cheap right now, right? I'm being put into the only whales? Oh, obligations warehouse. Relax. I think we have plenty of room down to the trend line. It's like a little below it. If we go from the bottom, it's like there. Hold on. I think we might just bounce here on like the 120. This drop isn't backed with like a lot of volume. So yeah, we could reverse like right here. So delta value on a call is how many shares MM are supposed to be hedging. I mean, yeah, as to remain delta neutral. Probably not enough time, but I got 2 Feb 4th 135s, well cheap. I mean, you would probably be able to extract profits from those at least. 120 was the max dip on the year chart after DFE double down. Can I get the proper context and manner to use a requeue? Just whenever you want. Feeling bullish. As a congratulations. Assuming capital, should I just look to add on lower strike Febs? Holding 200s at the moment, but I think with us at 130, I should look at 150s. I mean, the opportunity is there, yeah, to get calls that are significantly below our average trading price. Don't forget that our average is still like, at, what is it? I'm sure it's shifted down a little bit in the last couple days, but not much. And it's still at 192.13. So like anything below 192.13 has a pretty good chance of getting in the money. I started using Riku in place of kind regards in all of my work emails. Would XRT deviate away from the potential breakdown from this ascending wedge because of reg show? XRT looks fine. It looks like it's bouncing. It's got quite a lot of room to the upside. Nope. And a potential MOASS will spy, follow, or crash. It depends on what positions have to be bailed out of. Got me Feb 18th 140 to make my 270s hurt less. Is it proper TA to draw SR lines at every single put wall via shift search? Why not? I mean, you can, but put walls, like the options walls, don't necessarily present the actual resistance. Usually the resistance is somewhere near there. But I mean, yeah, you can use that as like a price that you'll gravitate towards. It also depends on the OI. Days to expiry. So there's more to it than just there's calls at this number. I don't care what Charlie's Vids does. Thinking maybe 180 strikes then, so save $5 on the bid ask. Maybe. I got 100. I got 130s this morning. Only two. Should I get many more 200s instead? That's up to you. Don't ask me what options to buy. I can't tell you. Saw a Wall Street Bets post yesterday asking what everyone thought about GME now, and overwhelming responses with their cringy cult and noob fever was what put veterans off GME and SS. I wouldn't call the people on Wall Street Bets necessarily veterans of anything. Some of them are, but very few. Most of them are just gamblers. I liked money before it was cool. I think we're going to fail. What's the best time to exercise them to provide maximum damage when the price is running and they need shares? The majority of Wall Street Bets is half-ass DD on a stock that I'm 2 weeks too late to get in. Yeah. Is price going down because of DRS? No. Can you please give a really quick explanation how to properly read, get insights from the what's trading section on shift search? I don't know. I don't pay attention to it. Stop trying to turn this stream into what it is definitively not, Stefan. Euro Gorilla vote count banned by DFE present. You know, Darth Dan, if you allow yourself to be reconsumed via boofing by the Dans, you could be reborn. I can't tell if it's shill activity or brainwashing that pushes the emotional negative response to education on options. Shorts have done a number on people's mindset towards them who don't know. I mean, a lot of people YOLO'd into shit and lost money, right? I think we're going to fail probably. See if we can bounce on the lower EMA. We may even trend back down to VWAP. I hope not, as that would be sucky. But we're not really picking up any buy pressure. It's midday too, so volume's low. That failed test was a little rough. Market's coming down. Yeah. Hmm. Do you think we could see a 100% run for a day at the end of January? Possibly. I don't know. I mean, that's fucking crazy, right? It could happen, yes. Will it? I don't know. My announcement was not accepted by the people. You must be reabsorbed by the Dans now. Banned by DFE. President Darth. Don't worry. If the Dans will take Dr. K back, they'll definitely take you back. Why would I roll my fabs? Ferguson, we clearly have different opinions on what's going to happen with the stock over the coming month. Once a Dan, always a Dan. I'm Girk's complete lack of Dan in the Dan zone. All right, we're falling through the trend. Back to VWAP, I guess. Market sliding. Sell volume's picking up like quite a bit. Look, guys, 69,000 shares. This had to have been like a fuck you to us, right? Just what a prick. Didn't they borrow like 250,000 shares this morning? OG rules? I don't know. Short it more, I guess. Poof. Yeah, that's not happening. This is why I know stop losses on shares. I don't think anyone's using stop losses. I don't think anyone's that dumb. I think they want to close this week out below 135. I mean, that's where they put the pressure, right? What about SSR? Ben Ellington, sell it majority checking in. I can't grind the ticker every day, so I thank you for giving me a place to catch up when I have the time. Buy the dip. Thanks, Ben. Can you give us any hopium? We close the week above 130. It's not how it works. I renounced my Danship. This is not like the pigeon wheels. I cannot simply be accepted back into the hive mind. I've severed my connection myself violently. I can't mend. I disagree. The Dans have amazing regenerative medicine, far in advance of normal society. What do you think JPM's call losses are this week after their call buy-ins recently? I'm sure they don't give a shit. Anything stopping them from using in-the-money puts on days between large FTDs to counter upwards action? No, of course not. But will it be sufficient? When did they lose the ability to short the threshold ETFs? Two of them went on today. I think the other one goes on Monday. All right, so turn around a little bit below. This doesn't look good. FTDs are due on Monday. Do they need to be covered by then? Or they have until Wednesday again? They have until market open on Tuesday. FDs. Are you talking about options or FTDs? I'm confused, Nick. FTDs are due the day they're due, or by market open the following day. T+2 for options is Tuesday, so they can drag out exposure till Wednesday, but I don't think there's going to be a lot of exposure given their price drop for weekly options. Also, weekly options don't really have that much of an effect on the price the following week. You're dragging us down today with all this depressing talk, President Darth Dan. FTDs are due by market open Tuesday. Yeah. 13Fs have a lag. We're not below VWAP. VWAP's here. Any reason to believe JPM can't change their position after filing? Of course they can. That's why 13Fs are unreliable. That's the fact that like all the other primes did similar things. No DFV interview today. Any bullmail recipes you'd recommend? I'm not a Dan, I couldn't tell you. Jesus, just mod the man already. We all love his adorable mustache and stylish fashion. I can't bring myself to mod a Dan. It's very hard. I would like to request a revote. You want a recount? You want me to educate you on the intricacies of all these platforms, and I have just no interest in doing that, Stefan. If you want to know, figure it out. Recount for Darth Dan. ETF FTDs aren't due yet. See, as many people who love the Dans, more people hate them. DFV said ban. Zakure's wife voting for President Darth, no longer a Dan. Interesting. The anti-Dan crowd are just AMC folks. Weren't we supposed to see a run-up last time options were pushed, like November, early December? I mean, we did. We went up to like 255. Nobody sold, and so nobody made any money. It's super obvious something's cooking, and it ain't getting cooked without this pressure cooker sword of Damocles weirdness. I got a McMansion in this run, and I ain't scared at all. Crazy bullish, in fact. Fuck yeah, Ghost of Dan. $3K votes on poll with 2K viewers. I smell Dan's conspiracy. This is ridiculous. I don't want to talk about this shit all day. I don't care. I'm not modding anybody. I can't partially mod someone. Like, what's a power user? If you don't see a run up by February, would you be concerned? I'd be concerned far before February. I like the mod ratio where it's at. No, I'm saying I don't. For you, DFE still have options in play? I have no idea what he's got. DFE isn't your financial advisor? Jesus Christ. All right. I don't know, Sahib. I don't think DFE is ever going to say anything again. I think he's done. It'd be cool if he did, but I don't think so. What's the story behind the Dans? I think we have a YouTube clip about it somewhere. There's a trend line all the way from last Jan at 70, 80. What strike should I roll my ex-wife's jewelry into? Is it just because he's a baller or because there's legal implications to do so? I think because there's legal implications to do so. I don't know about you guys, but if I had several $1,000,000, the last thing I would want to do is spend all my time hanging out with the SEC. I mean, all those guys do is watch Pornhub all day. It's probably depressing. How much do I have to pay to have dinner with you? It's not happening. I think I figured out a solution. What are your thoughts on when Jamie will finally make an announcement? I have no idea, man. I wish they'd do it soon. Would you stop talking about the various types of pickled cucumbers, Smooth? Sorry, I'm asking basic questions, just learning more about options. Is there any relationship to look for between delta and IV? Like high IV, low delta? Or are they unrelated? I mean, they're related, but I'm not sure what you're asking. Just go look up the options, Greeks, so you can understand them. Everyone buys one max out of the money call. Wouldn't MOASS start because they have to hedge? No. What the fuck would there be to hedge if everyone's buying shit super far out of the money? Those calls have like no delta value. Stream is the best ideas. My wife is 7 months preggo. Her engagement ring is on the bureau because she's too rotund to wear it. Pond turned into Jan 950s. Darth Dan, you've been granted the status of exiled moderator. Check your roles. I'll see how you conduct yourself over the coming weeks. You will have no mod powers because the stench of Dan is still upon you. It can't be shorted, Joey Z. Stop delta shaming my calls. Yeah, if everyone can afford to buy 1.0 delta. The hope is that people buy slightly out of the money calls at Don Doco. And the FTDs that they have to cover drive the price up, increasing the delta value of those calls. But super far out of the money shit, like 510s, are probably never going to realize very much delta value. Unless there's a lot of open interest to the downside to support that. I do think it is a high-level ruse to get a Dan into power, and I'm paying close attention to it. Don't worry. Do 250 and 350 218s count? Coup de Dan. Fidelity is allowing me to short XRT. That's why I'm confused. I don't think you can. I think they're showing you that there's shares available, but I don't think you can actually short it. You should not be able to. You're not sweating the recent week's price action, are you? No? Corazon, you'd probably want to find the highest possible delta against the premium you're spending. And that would be optimal. I have a Feb 22 150. It's right there. I have several, actually, but there's one right there. You see JP Morgan close their clearinghouse today? Yeah, I don't know if that's true. Max Payne's been at 148 all day, I think. Or it was earlier when we checked. Gherkin, will you tell my wife that Feb calls will print and for her to not be mad at me? Corn futures are going to plummet. Very slowly. Any thoughts on Credit Suisse closing their hedge fund? No. Let's open another one. Someone could have been margin called. Could that have been Credit Suisse? Possibly, but it's all just speculation, so why bother? I just tested it out on Fidelity and was able to short it. Send me a picture of can you send me a picture of the transaction? You can blur out the price or whatever. I think that Pickle with the stick needs to be closer to the line. Nah. He's fine. He's just pointing at the order book. What do you think about BBBY? What about it? Share buyback's nice. I don't know if there's enough interest to drive price action. Pickle the Stick is Stefan. He has a name. This is true. He does have a name. He's just casting a spell. Interesting. Hmm. I wonder why you're able to short through Fidelity. Maybe they cleared it? That'd be weird. Maybe today is not the first day. Maybe it's tomorrow? That doesn't make sense, though. It was added on the 17th, right? Did I miscount? I don't think so. It should be today. Unless it... I wonder if the T starts like the following Monday. I don't think they cleared it. It was on Reg Show yesterday. Time to call the SEC hotline. Reg Show is updated after market close. It's not calendar days, it's trading days. I just wonder if it starts tomorrow and not today, but that doesn't make sense. Like 13 trading days falls today. Yeah, it has to go on Reg Show for... No, it has to fail for 5 days. So it's 5 days of failure. Puts it on Reg Show. Then the thresholding process should begin T plus 13 or 13 trading days from the day it's added to Reg Show. I just wonder if because it's added to Reg Show after market close, does that mean that thresholding starts tomorrow? Like, what's the T date? Is it Monday or Friday then? Like, if you could still short it today, then it's definitely not thresholded. Jan 14, 100 puts OI up from 200 to 2200. That's a lot. It is, but are they sold or bought? That'd be hard to tell. They might be sold. Someone in Discord this morning said thresholding starts tomorrow. Trying to find the message. Okay. Just came here to see the first 6 or 7 posts on Wall Street Bet are all GME related. Dope. You're looking at the wrong threshold list, maybe? Linux posted a chart with FTDs overlaid on stock price. You should check it out. I will. What event or factor can disrupt the whole theory or its timeline? Retail selling, massive amounts of liquidity exposed, allowing them to clear FTDs. I don't think that's going to happen. Wall Street Bets is still bullish on GME. The mods are just deleting all GME DD for some reason. Interesting. DWAC on the threshold list? Oh, who cares? Is that another GM? I think I see what happened. So T-Day is Monday. Oh, okay, so they count T-Day as being the Saturday? What the fuck? Hold on. So that means thresholding starts... Yeah, that would be Jan 7 then. OCC. Okay, yeah, so it's showing its inclusion date is Saturday. $12.8? $12.18. What the fuck? Who designs this? It's not even No, I don't think thresholding starts today. I think they're listing the T date as 20. Here, look. See, this is the threshold, right? But they're listing it as 12/18. Which would mean that thresholding starts Jan 7. Or yeah, January 7th. Because it would have to be Monday would be the T date. Yeah, it's on the threshold list yesterday. I checked it last night. Yeah, I'm doing fine, Double Down. How are you, man? Starts Jan 7 before or after market close? That I'm not sure. It should be the day of. So at market open. This isn't like a Reg T regulation though, so it's not as clearly defined in that sense. This doesn't change anything. This changes everything. I didn't have any adult diapers planned out for Monday next week. It's okay. You have all weekend to pick them up. Yeah, I know it's still listed. It's not off of the threshold list. We're just trying to determine the date that thresholding begins. Like, it was added to the threshold list on the 17th, right? But it was added after market close, and the threshold list is listing the inclusion date as 12/18, which is a fucking Saturday. So one would presume that the T date is, so like the start is of the 13 trading days begins on December 20th and not December 17th. Which would explain why we may be able to short XRT through Fidelity right now, when it should be thresholded and unable to be shorted. I don't know why people are getting freaked out. Have you seen the put volume for today? Insane. I know. However, XRT is hard to borrow right now, and the borrow rate is 3%. The laster with your timestamp might only indicate execution time of that file export, not the date of its data set. It's still confusing because if it's not it has to do with when it's considered included, right? So the question here is it included before market close on the 17th, or is it included after market close on the 17th? I'm leaning towards this. Well, first of all, because shorts are available on it today, which means it's not being thresholded today. And then also, the FTDs aren't reported till after market close. So the 17th would have been its 5th day of fails, 5th consecutive day, which means that it wouldn't be included until after that day had ended, right? So I'm guessing that it thresholds on the 7th. It kind of makes more sense. I mean, Popcorn Trader, I don't know. I work with a lot of files a lot. Often means the files generate as part of an overnight process. Okay. Aren't they making money by buying in the money or at the money puts? What's stopping them from doing it forever? It's not that they make money. It's neutral for the most part. They still have to short the stock to drive it into the out of the money puts. And that incentivizes people to buy the long side, which means when they buy back in and cover, the price goes up more rapidly than it went down. netting them a loss overall. Here's one for you. If one is carrying a short position when a stock is no longer shortable, what happens to the short? The holder can still hold it, buy to cover, or no new shorts can open. I mean, eventually your short position would get thresholded out, right? Windmill? Or you would just have to buy to cover. It doesn't clear the short position being on the threshold list. Unless that short fails and it's still on the threshold list. It's probably more accurate to say it's thresholds after closing bell today. This doesn't change any of the FTD schedule. This has nothing to do with that. It's totally different count that we're trying to determine. We know how Reg T works, but this isn't Regulation T. Cool, Paris. We said 5 days of consecutive fails, it gets forced. No, 5 days of consecutive fails is what puts it on the Reg Show threshold list. So if T is December 20th, T plus 13 is today, not tomorrow. No, it's not. So it's not T plus 13. It's just T is the inclusion date, right? Like the day it gets added. It's just 13 trading days. 13 trading days from December 20th is January 7th. 13 trading days from December 17th is January 6th. But I'm wondering if it's more clearly worded, no new short positions can be opened. I feel like that it's pretty clear in the description of cannot be shorted. It technically can once it's been thresholded, but you have to arrange a pre-borrow agreement in order to short it. So the shares to short have to be located in advance. So instead of the standard like process of create then locate, you have to locate then create. Well, it's hard to say. If it's being thresholded, the clearinghouse could kick it back, even if the brokerage hasn't updated on their end. What can you say on Feb 18 510 calls? Worth it? Not going to hit. If it doesn't hit, it's highly risky. Obviously, if it hit, the entire fucking options chain on GameStop would be in the money for the most part, except like, yeah, leaps that go up to 950. The past 6 8 months have taught me no market should behave in this way. Failure to deliver products, synthetic shares, etc., threshold list, it's also broken. It's designed to be that way. Remember market holiday was on December 24th. There was no market holiday for New Year's. I'm aware. That doesn't affect the number of trading days that occur. I've learned a lot watching you for the last 4 years, and apparently that includes how to read a calendar. I know Yelia has an update too. When clearing agency fails to lower position that persists for 10 consecutive days after settlement, close out the position by securities in the market until the position is closed out. Okay. Yeah, the mandatory closeout requirements are once it begins thresholding. Daniel. Yeah. Yeah, I'm well. Yeah, that's predicated on the individual fails and when they occurred. Dan. What do you make of the Delta update? What Delta update? I haven't seen anybody's fucking Reddit posts today. Don't ask me about them. I have no idea. If I read them, it'll be tonight. Like you can just assume that if a Reddit post comes out during market hours, I have not read it. Nor am I going to, because this isn't Andrew Mo Money's show. There was a video on Supersonic, so now the smooth brains are gonna YOLO long calls to the moon. Cool. I'm aware of that. I'm the capital at the time you said to meet up. Why is no one else here? Honest opinion, why amateurs get freaked by price? This controlled price action seems like a cycle that short hedge funds can continue forever. There's no giant flashing must stop sign newbies understand. This is true. You try reading other people's DD all day, every day, verbatim. I mean, I'll look at Linux's DD. I'm going to check out Yellow's DD, but I haven't done it yet. Every single person who jumps into the stream is like, have you seen this? Do you know about the options video? I'm aware of all of it. If day one is considered to be the 20th of December, I don't know how you're counting it, but it's very simple. Are you missing the holiday or something? Super cereal? So we can just do this. If this is the 20th, that's 13 trading days, which falls on Jan 7th. If I move it to the 17th, it falls on today. Do half days count? They should. What half day was there? And a half day is still a trading day. Total options last year 1.6. Total options OI was 69,730 with a put call ratio of 0.92. Today 1.6. Total options OI is 380,561 with a put to call ratio of 0.78. Hashtag bullish. In terms of creation redemption, wait, what do you mean, turd? Wait, did you have another comment? Oh, ETFs trade on weekends in terms of creation redemption. Interesting. I did not know that they could redeem on weekends. That shouldn't shift any of the T dates though. Like the failures will still occur within market hours. So like if something's created on a Saturday, its T date will still be Monday, right? Is there a scenario where we get to $40 by May? I'm thinking of selling cover calls at the $60 strike or so. It seems very unlikely. Using your theory to buy two calls, one's premium exercising the other, do you recommend any strike, any expiry on or after Feb 18? Meaning 500 and 200C are equal in their effectiveness for MOASS? No. Obviously they're not. Without the existence of 200s and 150s and 180s, then 500s would have no potential. It is the increasing weight of delta on the options chain that drives the momentum, creating a gamma ramp. The exercising could then create a gamma squeeze.
We won't get to do anything the whole time. Thank you.
On the second, Feb 2nd, 2021, the put call ratio is 6.3 and OI peaked 2.1 million. Jesus. I don't know if RC tweeted. Did he? No. Further out of the money calls were easier for them to avoid. Well, he asked. He didn't say. Permaban. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back, guys. You're just sending money back to your family in Persia. Fidelity orders today 5,161 buy, 957 sell. Explains the dip. I mean, that's just on Fidelity, right? Cat picking up some steam. Ooh. That is kind of spicy. Still not as high as it went yesterday. What's DDS looking like? That's promising. Baba's falling off a cliff. Spy. And the Spy's staying pretty stable, given the Fed's announcements yesterday. I'd expected it to dip more. Saw a low of 165. It's actually not that bad. All right. Ooh. Hmm. I might have to pick up some more of those. Okay. Question if it's bid or ask that will disappear during liquidation. Ask. Not enough sell orders. What do the strikes stop at 155 for 225? They just opened the chain. It'll expand as volatility picks up. This is like a very drawn out inverse head and shoulders, but it's good. We're maintaining this line. So we're finding stability here between the 135 put wall and the bulls. So we'll see who wins. During liquidation, are the algo machines turned off? They'll probably turn them off at some point. Next time you update Reddit, oh, I answered that. During liquidation, were you the Viking from last year? Are you coming back to save Jamie? What the fuck are you talking about? Who's a Viking? Not a Viking. I'm not even. Doesn't make any sense. When did XRT go on the threshold last time before this? I believe it went on in June and again in January, end of January. DT Hamlich. Seems difficult to drive down the price. Well, they've sold off a lot of their 130 puts. The Viking was some random. I don't pay attention to Twitter. Jimmy chart making a Tesla symbol. I'm sure the 135 put wall is in place. Let me refresh this. They're buying so many Jan 7th puts. Jesus fucking Christ. Because whoever's writing the calls would short the stock to hedge. Or the puts, rather. Next week, XRT threshold, we start uptrend. What do you think? We'll see. I don't expect XRT's thresholding to play out violently. It could, but I doubt it. I think it'll just be like a slow covering as long as it stays thresholded. Heard some scuttlebutt about DDS. Do you know what's going on with that? It's in a very similar position to GameStop. Except, well, it'd be a lie to say it was less likely to squeeze. It's probably just as likely to squeeze. If they create baskets over the weekend, minus the retail interest, right? So depends on how much credence you give to that. Buying Gen 7 puts in anticipation of XRT threshold tomorrow. What? You're buying puts and expectations of FTDs being covered on XRT? This is the ask side of the order book. A South. So lots of bids, but no shares for sale, right? We'd also probably see jumping of the bid, which means that people would be consistently raising the bid in order to find an ask and generate liquidity. That's what happens when there's demand but no supply. How about calls today? I'm already up 11%. I don't know. XRT was like kind of a long-term play for me. I bought them out in Feb. I don't really care what XRT does in the short term. It could be a big week. Yep. I don't know why people are buying puts. It's possible that Jimmy would make Tesla type move and move up to a new base price of 1K-ish. I think the short interest on GameStop is too high for it to have like a slow squeeze the way Tesla did. I hear XRT being talked about a lot. Is there any expected price action with it in relation to how it's being used? We expected it was heavily shorted in order to facilitate creation. We would expect that to be covered. If baskets can be created over the weekend, they want to end the week low so they can max out all the other ETF creation. Yeah, that makes sense. What do you think the real Jimmy short interest is? No idea. High? I don't know. The last glitch said like 113. So near there or greater. I guess that would be my baseline. You're looking at a drop in shares outstanding? Went to 20% in a day. That's fucking nuts. I mean, it can just be fails in excess of 10,000, right? Oh, it's whichever's greater. Uniform locate requirement. Under Reg Show, broker dealers are required to locate securities available from borrowing prior to effecting short sales in all equities. Additional requirements are imposed upon designated threshold securities. Reg Show defines threshold securities as an equity security for which there's an aggregate failed to deliver a position for 5 consecutive days at a registered clearing agency of 10,000 plus shares. The total number of shares of failed to deliver must also equal. Oh, okay. Must be more than 10,000 and 0.5. Okay. I mean, the drop in shares outstanding is kind of fucking nuts. That was the only other large drop you saw was 28th and 29th of January last year. Yeah, someone redeemed. Jesus fuck. You should talk to Turd and see if he can get you the data from those dates, the flow data. We could have big ups next week. I'm just wondering if they're going to start this week. I've added music on low behind Pi-Fi and revolutionized my pickle watching experience. The reason I don't play music is because you guys can play your own. So if you answer this, once XRT is turned off, Citadel's okay. It's not necessarily Citadel only. There's other potential short positions. Only tool to short is through borrowing or puts. No, there's other ETFs. There's like 105 or some obscene number of ETFs. Not all of them, may be willing to transact the creations though. XRT getting burned is probably a big deal. Is it true as a VIX chart often looked like it would slot into the top of the GME chart and make a square? Simple Yahoo Finance charts. Call volume Feb 18 is interesting. Isn't it? Yeah, Feb 18 is getting kind of stacked. Actually. Like, don't get me wrong, Jan looks good too, but like Jan 21st. Hmm. Interesting. And super call favored as well. A short is any sell. It doesn't need to be borrowed to matter. It just needs to not be delivered to matter. Yes. Tons of puts in late Jan. They were buying hundreds. Well, we assume they were buying hundreds. It could be people selling them though. For like spreads. I'm sure you've answered this. I still have a hard time understanding the FTDs. What requires hedge funds to cover FTDs? Can they kick the covering down the road? Is this possible? I mean, if they can't net it through, if they can't like clear the FTD through CNS, then they have to cover it. It's not that complicated of a system. Wall Street bets FOMO beginning. How are they going to dodge their mods deleting all their posts? Did you glance at Yalia's new graph? Delta sensitivity increased during the hard short. That's what I said. Yeah, I mean that kind of coincides with what I was telling you guys earlier. When they tank the price that hard, it causes out nearer the money, but out of the money calls to be purchased, right? Because these become drastically cheaper. We've seen this actually almost every time that the price has dropped very hard on GameStop, where calls are bought as we reach lows. Institutions move into long call positions. Retail moves into long call positions. When you say they have to cover, why? What organization is forcing them to cover? Jesus Christ. They have a counterparty. There's someone that share is due to. They're all members of the DTCC and the NSCC. These trades aren't one-sided. Are we back to describing basic market mechanics? We're back to considering crime as the basis for all theories, apparently. Wouldn't all of us idiots buying high strike calls in November for Feb and diamond handing them help now the lower strike calls build a mega ramp and make OI where there wouldn't have been? Potentially, yes. If you want to buy a long call, would you recommend what kind of long call would you recommend? What kind of delta or strike? I'm thinking June. Um, I've been trying to get more like 0.3, 0.5. That should correlate to a specific strike on whatever date you're looking at. $250Cs for Febs on Tasty. It could be, but not at our current price. Possible Hanswurst? Yeah. Probable? No. Yeah, we have very good volume today. This is some of the highest volume we've had all month. Volume should be picking up with more and more FTDs coming in. Who's coughing now? What's up, dude? No problem. I did miss you. Welcome back. You can't deny that crime is a major factor in all of this. I mean, turning off the buy button there may have been a criminal act in there somewhere, possibly some perjury, but good luck getting anyone to actually prosecute that. I think the vast majority of the things that are occurring are not crime, and there are systems in place to deal with it. I don't think big entities are as a whole participating in criminal practice on a regular basis. Maybe individual traders, things like that, where greed takes precedence, but February had almost no open interest back in November when I started talking about it. Do you have a rundown of your thesis's timeline? A few. If you go check out like the January potential scenario video over on the stream clips. 1 second, guys. Hey, we broke up. It was good. I wasn't here for power hour start. I'll fix that.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Did BlackRock initiate MOASS? No. Well, the original deal with Larry was that I would get $100,000 for every person I got to sell their GameStop. And then at the last meeting, they said I haven't been doing a good job and people are buying more. It seems like bullshit to me. Here's my problem. If Matt Kors was a real show, and not just an idiot. I don't know how to spell this part. See, I feel like Matt Kors has convinced more people to sell their AMC than he has to buy it. And if it was a real show, he'd be trying to get people to buy it. But then who would be paying him? I'm eating spanakopita. And fruit punch. I mean, he is a shill, but yeah, I would agree that he is a self-serving one. Like, I don't think Citadel's paying him. Given the qualifications necessary to work for Citadel, I highly doubt they would hire Matt Kors. I assume the fruit punch is for your inner child. You're not wrong. I was at the grocery store the other day and I realized that they still made Minute Maid fruit punch. And I bought an entire bottle of it. Yeah, I realized people are YOLOing into GameStop again. Put call ratio is better than last year. Open interest is a little lower, about half. If you take all the bullishness out of it and look at it objectively, DDS has a frightening amount of potential. I'm concerned that your current and past eating habits have not taken into consideration your intermittent IBS and scurvy. Can you please eat some vegetables? I'm drinking fruit juice. It's got vitamin C. Fuck you, Dr. Dank. I don't have intermittent IBS. Hmm. I think DDS is going to run at the same time. Look at these beautiful YOLOs. Thank you for sending me that, Zakir. Wall Street Bets is starting to YOLO into GameStop. It has begun. Why does DDS have potential? It's missing something really important, FOMO. I don't know if it needs it, but I think it has 82% institutional ownership. Half the float is owned by insiders. Of the remaining shares outside of that, 70% are owned by employees and they're direct registered. It has a float of 11 million shares, a free float. It's had nonstop positive earnings all year. And reported short interest of like 50%. Oh, and at some point, market makers have decided to stop writing options for it. So it's interesting. DDD's nuts. Thanks, Silence of the Dance, for your contribution. Clip that part about Wall Street Bets options FOMO. What did I say? All right. I said the FOMO has begun. I don't see why that's clip worthy. I don't even know where to clip it. The clipping thing is not super accurate. Like there's probably like one sentence you want me to clip, and I don't know where the fuck that is. So I'm gonna clip out like a 10-minute segment. Don't tell my Philadelphia wife, but I've been buying more shares. DDS Feb 18th 390 calls are up 24,000%. That was you, wasn't it? I don't know what you're talking about. That's crazy talk, Paris. Oh, you can buy them. They're just illiquid as fuck. There's a DDS shill. I can't ignore the potential. When you become a billionaire, are you going to erect a wall between New York and New Jersey? There's already a river. This is how I view Wall Street Bet's earnings over the last year. Everybody FOMO'd into GameStop, made money. Then they found the next trade, made a little money. And the next trade. All while consistently losing money. And now it's reached the end of the year, and they have slightly more money than they started the year with. But GME might run again. Yeah, DDS is in a lot of the same ETFs as GME. I don't know what happened with ear. What's your most conservative January run-up estimate? If everything fails and nothing goes as expected, I think like 180. That would be like my lowest target. Bill Huang, I'm back and about to YOLO 20 billion into GME options. Wish me luck. Thanks, Bill Huang. Hey, look at that. It's doing a thing again. Jesus Christ. Fuck their IV. What a Feb 200 today at 6, but WeBull showing the low for the day at 640. It was showing on WeBull earlier when I made the trade. I don't know. You straddled BBBY? But you were up here though, right? That's when you sell the puts on the reversal. Silly Zakir. It'd be cool if GME just did that also. I did some of them. Yeah, but when it reverses, you sell the rest. Do I want to play chess? Not really. MSM is changing their narrative on GME. Fence riding. This is how it starts. No, James. Do you know anyone with the ability to post 10 million in margin? Why? Oh, look, my DDS 340s are in the money again for no reason. Why? What the fuck is going on with this stock? It's just like GameStop, but extra. Except there's no available calls. If there was better liquidity in the chain, I'd buy more, but Dillard's making dillionaires. It's sure as fuck not making any sense. Apparently, all members of the DTC can see real-time status of their obligations. So why not become a member? Interesting. They can stop writing calls, but they can't get rid of the calls they've already written. Tell Atomic to do it. So what you're saying, Gaff, is start a brokerage. You do realize you'll be hired, right? You can work from home. I just want to make sure that all my FTDs get cleared through CNS. I said he has responsibilities or whatever and can't spare the 10 million. I already know what we'll call it. We'll call it Trebuchet Financial. Fling me over the wall. I'm ready. If the options chain fills like we expect, are we basically guaranteed a gamma squeeze in late January? You're only going to get a gamma squeeze if people exercise. I didn't play the VW squeeze. That was way before my time. $60,220 Febc YOLO posted. Gherkin may have been early, but definitely wasn't wrong. MOASS incoming. Let's hope so. This could be the second time Wall Street Bets makes money. Aren't you 60? That's fucked up. No, I'm not crying. I don't care what you post on Wall Street Bets. Why would you ask me? They got AMD at $14. All right, fair. If Monday is halt level upsies, will you eat a pickle on stream? I have like a case of Grillo's pickles. It's like a fucking jug. So potentially. Are you gonna do an exit DD stream? You mentioned you might in the past. Thanks for being a cool dude. I guess. I mean, there is kind of an exit DD video already. You can also check out the spurt video. We're doing the opposite of that. How about it'd just be super awesome to close above VWAP? Carl, you got the link for the spurt video? There you go. Look at Carl. Carl's the best bot, isn't he? Uh no, Zakir, you're number one and you know it. Don't flaunt it in Carl's face like that. It's unbecoming. That spurt video looks like it was shot with a sweet potato. Listen, camera quality wasn't that great back then. You couldn't see high definition me. Carl for mod? I'll think about it. I mean, Zakir already knows he's number one. I don't know if you'd win sexiest mod either, Carl. We'll have to have a competition. They're not going to make a documentary about me. Nobody watches this bullshit. I'm not going to make any comments about your wife, Zakir. It's not my place. I'm just going to Daisy Duke it and flaunt my stuff. No shame, Carl. Let me get the body oil and do some core real quick. You want to make sure those abs are popping, Carl. Maybe if you wear your wedding dress. Might help your chances. I'm just saying. What do you think DWAC will do into close? I don't know. I don't care. I think at Trebuchet Financial, your crowning achievement will be creating a wildly accurate leading indicator called "defuck," just so that the MSM has to say it on air. I like it. Is there a link to the spurt video? Yeah, Carl posted it earlier. Huge Steve, finally, welcome to Dillionaire. I know you've been thinking about it all week. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiends, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Meditation. Currently, my strategy on DDS is to buy whatever calls I can get. So if it fills, then I own it. Gensler tweeting about losing money to securities fraud. Interesting. Where's that new nautical? All right. Actually, where is it? I don't have it on the thing yet.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 5-10 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
I think he posted the link for his SoundCloud in the Discord. This song brought to you by Danimal's Drinkable Bulgurt. Unsub. Thanks, real Kim Jong-un. Bulgurt is not a marketable product. Is there a DD on DDS? Like DDDDS? There isn't, as far as I'm aware. DDDDS. No, I got it right. If I want to YOLO 100K in a stock, it'd be better to buy in increments or just all at once. If you want to enter at the same price, you'd probably want to buy in increments slowly over time. I I understand the joke. All right. Are we just gonna keep adding D's to DDDDDS? DD? Anyway, Zakir, you know we're not supposed to talk about the OnlyFans things here in the main channel. DD into DDS. DDS DD. Hmm. Can you give us a preview of tomorrow? Oh yeah. Leave the chart just like that. First you say TA can't predict the future, and then you go and do things like that. It's hard to be right all the time. Half the open interest in the options chain, also DDS. Wait, half of DDS's option. Wait, what? Oh, I see. Pigeon whale chat. What's happened? You know what? I think it's only fair that Darth Dan gets to say his piece.
Mr. Pie, in appreciation of making you, for making me, Mom in exile. I chug this for you. I think I can do it. I'm sorry, guys.
Is that Snoop Dogg wine?
To Papa.
Ding ding. The market's closed. I'm done with you people till tomorrow. That's right. I said you people. Meaning you guys. The people. I know some of you are bots. Don't get disjointed about it. All right, guys. Let's see what happens tomorrow, right? I like what's happening right now in after hours. Quite a bit. All right. Good night.
Denny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Not an advisor. Frigulond.